The city streets lie quiet beneath a soft, pale light. A thin mist rests in the low squares and along the edges of stone pavers, catching the breath of the morning and holding it like a delicate thread. Doors to modest shops remain closed, shutters fastened, and the usual hum of footsteps is delayed by a few measured minutes. In these gentle hours, the air is spare and clear, and sounds travel with a slow, deliberate ease. The silence is not empty. It carries small movements, the soft creak of a gate, the distant shuffle of a single person, making slow, careful progress. Each sound finds a space to be itself, and in that space there is an unobtrusive, steady rhythm. The city, for a little while, seems to breathe in a long, controlled way, giving those who move within it a calm margin for their earliest tasks. Along the public squares, buildings that usually receive the most attention stand in reserved composure. Their facades are plain and orderly, balanced in line and proportion, offering neither excess nor surprise. Columns cast long, mild shadows that reach across thresholds and frame entrances with quiet dignity. Steps rise to welcome anyone who approaches, worn smooth by generations, their edges softened in a gentle, patient manner. In the hush, attendants begin to appear, moving with deliberate steps and exact gestures. They do not hurry. Their preparation is a choreography of small motions, practiced and unhurried, each hand finding the place it has known for a long time. The scene has the unspoken quality of continuity. Each action, a repetition that keeps a larger shape steady. Temples occupy open spaces in these squares, their silhouettes familiar and calm against the waking sky. Each temple sits with a measured presence, neither towering nor shy, offering a clear outline against the soft light. At the front, porticos provide a modest shelter, columns aligning like patient sentinels. Within, the raised inner chamber remains quiet, its coolness a slow contrast to the soft brightness outside. Outside those inner rooms, small altars stand ready, plain surfaces prepared to receive the ordinary gestures of the day. The entire arrangement suggests a steady order, a series of places where practical tasks are carried out with the same regularity as the heartbeat. These early hours are for setting things in place, for making sure everything is ready for the smallest of routines. Attendants move among these spaces with a careful calm, their steps timed so as not to disturb the settled air. They carry baskets and small boxes, linen cloths, and simple tools. Hands are steady, repeating familiar motions, smoothing a cloth, aligning a vessel, wiping a surface. Each movement is held in a slow, unobtrusive rhythm, like someone tracing the same line again and again until it settles into place. The attendants exchange few words. When they speak, it is in low, even tones, a soft current that does not disturb the gentle silence. There is pleasure in the repetition, in the sense that small acts, done with care, preserve something larger than themselves. In the early light, the practical work offers a quiet assurance that the day will unfold according to a known pattern. One attendant checks the stone steps and sweeps them with a broom of stiff yet yielding fibers. The bristles move across the surface with regular strokes, lifting grains of dust and the thin film left from the night's passing. Each sweep is steady, measured, easing the pathway clear for later traffic. Another extends a ladder to the outer roofline, inspecting low tiles and the gentle edges where rainwater will flow. Tools are set in place and returned in the same quiet routine, their presence and position itself part of the order. Small repairs, attended calmly, are not dramatic events, but quiet maintenance, a way of ensuring that the space remains ready for its ordinary duties. These preparations are not hurried. They are careful, considered, and meant to last through the day. Inside the porticos, a soft light touches the faces of stone, which have seen many mornings. Shadows recede slowly as attendants level the small altars and arrange cloths with unobtrusive care. Vessels are placed with gentle precision, their rims aligned so that when they are used, the motions will be smooth and familiar. One person tests the flame of a small lamp, sensing the steadiness of its light, and adjusts the wick with a patience that borders on reverence for the simple function it will perform. A basin is filled, not to excess, but to the right degree that it may be used for washing small articles and for keeping the air cool. Each action is calm, without flourish, the kind of motion that becomes natural through long repetition. The outer courtyards receive slow attention as well. Attendants move among jars and boxes, weighing and inspecting the contents in a quiet, routine fashion. Supplies are counted and recorded in soft, neat lists, not with urgency, but with the steady care of those who expect the future to arrive in a slow, consistent way. Herbs and oils are set out in modest rows, each labeled in the memory of those who will use them. A small hand wipes the dust from a brass dish until it reflects back a muted ring of light. These preparations are like tuning an instrument, subtle adjustments that ensure the instrument will perform its necessary tasks without interruption. There is a calm confidence in this work, a belief in the value of steady order. The smell of faint smoke mingles with the scent of damp stone and fresh water. Small braziers are lit with careful gestures, the flames coaxed into quiet steadiness rather than spectacle. The attendants monitor them, adjusting air and fuel in a measured, unobtrusive manner so the flames will hold at an even, reliable height. These fires are not dramatic. They are functional, intended to provide a soft glow and a gentle warmth, sustaining the ordinary rhythm of the place. Ashes are tended, embers coaxed gently, and the small sounds of these tasks blend with the hush of the morning. There is a steady comfort in tending flame, a knowledge that tending keeps things working as they should. Simple instruments and ritual implements are laid out on clean cloths, each item placed in a particular order. Spoons, ladles, and small bowls are arranged so that hands will find them without thought when they are needed. Wicks are trimmed to a consistent length, cords are coiled and hung, and little bells are polished until they give a clear, soft sound. No object is left to chance. Each has its place and purpose. The attendants move with the assurance of long habit, their hands remembering the right sequence as naturally as breath. The process is calm and practical, attentive to detail but free of fuss, conserving attention for the tasks to come. A few minutes are given to checking schedules and noting the time for routine observances. Simple lists are consulted, written in a clear hand, and the day's needs are matched to their appointed hours. The attendants speak quietly about what will be required at each interval, making small adjustments when necessary. They do not rearrange the larger order, only refine it, ensuring that what must happen will occur in the right measure and at the right pace. This administrative care is as much a part of the morning as the physical tasks. It provides an invisible scaffolding that supports the smooth flow of routine throughout the day. A slow, consistent arrangement is made for the offerings that will be presented. Vessels of grain are measured. Small loaves are aligned in plain rows, and pitchers are filled to an exact level. Each portion is counted with calm attention, not hurried, but certain. The numbers recorded and the contents placed in their assigned spots. The preparations are not showy. They are practical gestures that maintain a steady balance. Those who perform this work do so without fanfare, knowing that the small acts of arrangement form a network of reliable care. The thoughtful distribution of simple items keeps a pattern in motion that will continue under gentle rules. Outside, a small bell is rung in a soft, recurring tone to signal the beginning of certain tasks. The sound is not loud. It blends into the air like a distant, regular heartbeat. Attendants respond in the expected way, moving from place to place with calm steadiness. There is a pleasant predictability to the sequence, a sense that each action joins with the next to form a continuous, quiet chain. No one rushes. The bell's gentle signal is simply a marker, a way to align movement so that the day progresses with evenly paced care. In this manner, the morning unfolds like a practiced exercise, comfortable and measured. In a shaded corner, another attendant inspects small garments and textiles used in daily care. They press and smooth fabric, checking that seams are secure and that hems lie flat. Threads are mended with methodical patience, needles moving in a consistent rhythm. Patches, when needed, are added with unobtrusive skill, restoring the cloth to its usual appearance without fuss. These small repairs are a form of quiet stewardship, the kind of practical attention that prevents larger issues from arising. The act of mending is steadying, an unremarkable but essential way of conserving resources and maintaining the familiar pattern of use. Nearby, a ledger is opened and marked at a measured pace. Entries are simple and precise, noting quantities, dates, and allocations with neat handwriting. The record is less a document of ceremony than a map of sensible distribution, keeping plain track of what is on hand and what will be required. These notes are consulted throughout the day, helping attendants make small, calm decisions about use and replenishment. The ledger's modest order supports all the other actions, providing a steady reference point that makes the ordinary work flow without unexpected interruptions. The practice of recording is itself a quiet ritual of responsibility. A few attendants take a moment to check the boundaries of the spaces, ensuring that pathways are clear and that signs are visible. They straighten small markers and align stones so that movement will be unobstructed. Nothing is extravagant. The focus is on the simple clarity of access. These subtle adjustments matter because the day will bring activity, and a clear path facilitates measured, unhurried progress. The thought behind each action is practical and kindly, a small expression of care for those who will come later. In this way, the early work creates a calm environment that allows the ordinary to proceed with steady ease. Water is drawn and set where it is needed, filling small basins and jars in careful amounts. The attendant, who manages the water, tests its clarity and temperature with a gentle touch, adjusting as necessary. Bowls are set near perfumed cloths and vessels, ready for brief, routine gestures that will occur at regular intervals. The movement of water is quiet and deliberate, its presence a soft element that brings routine tasks into balance. Handling it with measured care is a small, consistent practice that keeps the day aligned to a familiar rhythm. allowing each action to be performed smoothly and without unnecessary interruption. A soft exchange takes place between two attendants as they coordinate who will handle particular tasks during the first hours. Their voices are low and steady, each response concise and clear. They share simple information: the location of an item, the time an action should begin, a slight adjustment to an order. There is no hurry in the conversation, and its purpose is purely practical, to ensure that each motion complements the next. This kind of steady coordination is the underpinning of the morning's calm. It allows the day to proceed in an evenly paced way, with each person knowing their small part in the larger sequence. Small offerings of food are prepared with the same calm efficiency as all other tasks. Grain is sifted, bread is set in rows, and fruit is collected and placed in modest, balanced displays. The arrangements are deliberate, but plain, intended to be neat and orderly rather than decorative. Hands move in practiced patterns, cutting, lifting, and aligning with quiet attention. Portions are measured not by the impulse to impress, but by a practical sense of sufficiency, the desire to maintain continuity rather than to seek grandeur. The act of preparing these simple tokens is itself soothing, a gentle exercise in maintaining a reliable routine. Attendants check the small fires one more time as the light continues to grow. Wicks are adjusted to remain steady, embers are tamped lightly when needed, and soot is brushed from nearby surfaces to keep the air clear. The maintenance of flame is a patient art involving minor corrections that ensure no sudden changes will occur. There is a steady satisfaction in setting these small comforts in a stable state where their function can be trusted. The ongoing attention to such modest details creates an environment where the ordinary will be sustained without frequent interruption or surprise. Some of the practical preparations include arranging simple seating for those who come later, aligning chairs or rugs in straight, modest lines. These placements are neither rigid nor decorative. They are intended to be useful and unobtrusive. When someone arrives, the way will be ready. A place to sit, a place to leave, a small offering, a clear route to move. The thoughtfulness in preparing these practical elements is quiet and matter-of-fact, ensuring that the ordinary routines can unfold with ease. The small gestures of readiness are a steady kindness to those who will arrive later in the day. The attendants take brief pauses between tasks, not out of fatigue, but as a way to keep each motion measured and calm. A moment is taken to smooth a cloth, to breathe and align attention, to glance at the soft light that moves through the portico. These short rests are part of the rhythm, preventing haste and maintaining even temper. The morning's work is not a rush, but a paced movement, where each act is followed by a pause that allows the next to begin with equal steadiness. The presence of these small interludes keeps the atmosphere moderate and untroubled, allowing the day to develop in a relaxed fashion. Simple signs and markers are set in place so people will know where to go and when. A stone marked at the threshold, a small painted symbol, a low wooden stake. These indicators are plain and unobtrusive, easily read by those familiar with them. They help direct movement and support the flow of routine, providing gentle cues rather than harsh directions. The effect is one of quiet guidance, allowing visitors and attendants alike to move with a modest confidence. These small markers are part of an understated system that helps maintain continuity and order without drawing undue attention to itself. At one point, an attendant opens a small inner chest and checks the contents with steady care. Cloth wrappings are refolded, leather straps are smoothed, and small metal objects are placed back in their proper slots. The handling is meticulous but calm, a slow assurance that every tool is where it should be. The chest itself becomes a symbol of continuity, a compact store of ordinary implements that will be used again and again. Taking care of such items is a way of preserving the day's balance. Small acts that keep the practical life of the space running without strain. It is in these unremarkable tasks that the steady pattern of the morning finds support. A short time is spent arranging the outer approaches so that they will welcome the first visitors with unobtrusive order. Brooms are leaned where they will not obstruct, baskets are set aside neatly, and steps are cleared of small debris. The attendants work with a gentle economy of motion, preferring to make small, effective adjustments rather than broad, showy changes. The result is a path that feels naturally kept, as if the place itself has been tended by a steady hand. This quality of quiet care gives the space a calm accessibility, allowing movement to occur without surprise or friction. Lanterns and lamps are checked for steady flame and adequate oil. The attendants test each one in a regular pattern, ensuring consistency across the space. Those that need refilling receive a measured pour. Wicks are trimmed to a uniform height. Attention is given to balance, not to creating an impressive brightness, but to producing an even comfort that supports the day's activities. The simple, reliable light lends a soft continuity to the environment and helps disarm any small anxieties by providing gentle certainty. This careful tending of illumination is another small method of keeping the morning's calm intact. Minor repairs are completed quietly and with a careful hand. A loose stone is reset, a frayed rope is replaced, a small crack is smoothed and filled. These interventions are not dramatic but practical, preserving the daily integrity of the place. The attendants who perform these tasks are methodical, matching tools to need in an even-tempered way. Their work is unassuming and precise, the kind of small attention that prevents more significant trouble. Such steady maintenance is an expression of responsibility and foresight, ensuring that the ordinary functions of the day remain uninterrupted. Attendants place simple notices in visible locations to remind others of particular schedules and routines. The messages are concise and clear, written with calm hand and practical phrasing. They provide modest orientation, helping those who come later to participate in a predictable way. These reminders are not commands. They are helpful cues that make collective activity smoother and more comfortable. The presence of such clear, gentle guidance contributes to the overall quiet confidence of the place, inviting cooperation through simple clarity rather than insistence. As the pale light grows steadier, the final checks are made in a relaxed, methodical order. Items are put back in their places, lists are refreshed, and small adjustments are made where needed. The attendants move with a uniform calm, their hands guided by long familiarity with this sequence of tasks. The atmosphere is stable and unhurried, allowing each action to be completed with full attention and without rush. This final stage of preparation transforms the space from a place of potential into a place of readiness, where practical needs are met and the day can proceed with a composed, predictable rhythm. In a quiet corner, a single attendant pauses to note the time and align future tasks with the measured pace of the morning. They do so without urgency, simply making sure that the day's unfolding will be smooth. This act of aligning time is modest but essential, a way of keeping the environment moving in a balanced, continuous line. With these steady preparations completed, the early hours settle into a comfortable, enduring tempo, and the city waits with a patient calm for the gentle progression of the day's familiar observances. Stone rises in a careful rhythm. Steps lead up in even grooves, each step a measured interval that prepares the body and the mind to leave the ordinary ground behind. A platform supports a simple room, a sheltered square, with walls that hold soft light. The front opens with columns that allow air and sight to move through. An altar stands outside, centered on approach, steady and low. The plan repeats itself with small variations, a calm multiplication of the same idea. The repetition makes the shape familiar. It makes the movement predictable. It invites a slow breathing that matches the steps and the shade and the quiet surfaces. The cella is a gentle room. It is raised a little from the street so that the feet feel the change when they cross the threshold. Inside, the space is contained, a quiet that is not empty but attentive. A statue or image occupies the inner focus, neither loud nor demanding, simply present. Walls are plain or lined with gentle moldings, surfaces that absorb and return soft light. A single doorway marks the boundary between outside and inside, and crossing it is a small, deliberate act. The room holds a stillness that is the result of many small, careful choices in stone and wood. The portico in front eases the arrival. Columns stand in quiet intervals, their rhythm like a slow heartbeat. They shelter from sun and rain, and they frame the approach. A low entablature rests upon them, its lines composed to meet human sight at an easy angle. The pediment above keeps a soft profile against the sky. The portico is neither showy nor hidden. It is a patient threshold that moderates light and space. People pause beneath its shadow, and the air cools there. The portico transforms entry into a measured act, a slow movement from the public lane to the held interior. The external altar sits precisely where people first meet the temple. It is accessible and plain, a simple stone form that invites small, repeated gestures. A bowl or basin is often set upon it, a place for water or oil, an appropriate receptacle for brief acts that maintain continuity. Hands rest there, palms open or closed, and motions are small, careful, practiced. The altar is designed to be used over and over. It is the beginning and the end of many modest, ordinary rituals, each one ordinary in itself, together shaping a steady pattern that the eye and the body come to expect. Materials are chosen for clarity and endurance. Stone holds its line and keeps a cool surface under touch. Wood responds with a softer tone, a quiet contrast. Clay and metal appear in small details, bowls and pins, and simple fastenings. The combination produces surfaces that are familiar to the hand. The gentle abrasion of stone steps, the smoothness of a wooden threshold, the warmth of a bronze fitting, all are part of a slow, tactile language. This language is not flamboyant. It is composed of things that last and can be tended, things that invite routine and attention without demand. Proportions govern the space in a calming way. Heights follow modest rules. Widths correspond to lengths in a way that feels balanced rather than strict. The eye moves comfortably from the street to the altar, from the portico to the cella. Corners meet at soft right angles, and curves appear rarely, and only where they reduce sharp edges. The measured proportions are like a slow poem. They guide the body without commanding it. In such spaces, movement feels natural. The architecture suggests a tempo for slow steps, a rhythm that is neither hurried nor empty. Doorways are kept small enough to require an intentional passage. They are not obstacles, but they do ask for attention. Passing through a doorway is a compact ritual in itself. Hands may touch the frame. Eyes adjust to the light inside. A slight lowering of the head or a brief pause marks the crossing. These small acts create a quiet punctuation between the bustle of the street and the held interior. Over many days, these micro-rituals become habits that steady the mind. They are gentle repetitions, reliable as seasons, and they slow the breath in subtle, almost unnoticed ways. Thresholds are often emphasized by a change in surface. The last step may be narrower. A thin strip of metal or a different stone marks the boundary. This modest change cues a shift in attention. It signals the moment when one moves from a general life to a place of measured practices. The change need not be dramatic. A soft difference is enough to bring a small slowing. Repetition of that slight step smooths it into a quiet expectation. One begins to sense the rhythm of the place long before words would form, a rhythm felt in footfall and in the slight catch of breath. Within the cella, light filters in few measured ways. Small openings allow pinpricks of daylight to alter plane surfaces. The effect is not theatrical. It is slow and predictable, the sun moving across the sky, making a quiet procession of light across the inner walls. Lamps may be present, but they burn with a steady, low flame. Shadows arrange themselves in soft arcs. The interior is a place where daily light and nightly shadow play out in a gentle cycle. Observing that cycle is a calming practice, a reminder of time passing without hurry. The statue, often the focal point, is treated with quiet respect. It is neither praised loudly nor ignored. It occupies its place with a calm dignity that people come to know as familiar. The figure is clothed or modestly adorned according to a fixed sequence. Simple offerings may be arranged nearby on small stands. These gestures are careful and small. They remind those present of steady continuity rather than sudden revelation. In this way, the image becomes part of the routine of life, visible in an unhurried way, providing a stable center to the gentle movements around it. Simple furniture supports modest practices. A bench or a small table may stand to one side. Shelves keep vessels in neat order. A chest may hold ritual implements, each item assigned its place. The arrangement is practical and unassuming. Nothing is extravagant, and nothing is left to chance. The orderliness itself has a calming force. When objects are returned to their places, the space regains a familiar shape. Those who work here learn to value the quiet satisfaction of an arranged surface, the soft certainty of a thing in its proper place. Steps are swept routinely. Dust is removed with gentle strokes. Water may be used sparingly to clean certain parts, applied with care so as not to damage surfaces. These acts of maintenance are not hurried chores. They are slow, attentive gestures that return things to expected shapes. Cleaning is itself a kind of ritual, a quiet repetition that keeps the house in a state ready for daily small observances. The motion of broom and cloth follows predictable patterns, and that predictability is itself restful. Ropes and curtains offer modest adjustments to light and privacy. A woven panel may be drawn to cover an inner niche in the evening, signaling a pause. In the morning, it is opened with an even movement that marks the renewed presence of light. Such adjustments are slow and deliberate. They create a rhythm of exposure and concealment that mirrors the cycles of day. The motion of pulling back a curtain or adjusting a cloth is small enough to be untroubling, steady enough to invite a regulated breath and an unhurried heart. The altar outside is often the stage for brief, recurrent gestures. Oil is poured with a measured hand. Water is offered in small amounts. Food tokens are placed and sometimes removed. The gestures are practiced and known, a quiet choreography that relies on repetition rather than novelty. Hands move along familiar paths. Bowls are placed, then lifted, then set down again. The material evidence of those acts accumulates and is cleared away according to a calm schedule. The external altar, in its accessibility, keeps daily life linked to the temple in a continuous, ordinary way. Small labels or notches may record simple counts. Knots on a string, a marked board, a modest tally kept in a steady hand, all serve to remind and maintain regularity. These records are not elaborate, but they are consistent. They function like a gentle clock, a human reminder of sequences that must be followed. The counting is a quiet habit, a slow motion that supports the rhythm of practice. It is both practical and calming, a way to translate time into small, tangible marks that steady the work of the house. Paths to the temple follow gentle lines. Walkways are kept clear and easy to find. Entrances face streets in ways that make arrival uncomplicated. Access is deliberate, but welcoming, not hurried and not exclusive. The arrangement encourages a measured pace, a gentle approach that feels natural to the foot. People learn the route over time, and the small familiarity of the path reinforces a feeling of ease. The mind can travel the route almost by memory, and the body follows with a corresponding calm. Column capitals and simple moldings receive modest ornament. Decoration is sparing and functional. It marks borders and emphasizes important joints in a restrained language. The details are small and slow in their effect. They reward a quieter gaze, a focus that is not seeking drama, but appreciates subtleties. The tactile surfaces invite gentle attention. One may run a hand across a carved line and feel the continuity of craft. Such details deepen the sense of steadiness that the architecture aims to provide. Rooflines and overhangs are calculated to serve weather and habit. They throw shade in midday and shelter from sudden rain. Their shapes are not bold statements, but practical arrangements that shape daily life. The overhang becomes a place to pause during heat, a place for slow conversation or silent observation. The roof's edge marks the boundary of the temple's protection. Its steady presence makes the house reliable, a place where small patterns of life can proceed in an uninterrupted manner. Whatever the weather, the approach to the altar often follows a clear ritual distance. Steps leading to the altar are counted and observed with attention. One steps forward, then waits, then moves closer. This measured approach reduces haste and creates a gentle focus. The repetition of the same small sequence over days and years makes the motion almost inevitable. It becomes a habit that calms the mind, an embodied practice of restraint and attention that quiets distraction and invites a steady rhythm. Inside and outside relate through small openings and sight lines. One can see the statue from the portico in certain light. The altar is in view of the street. So ordinary life and ritual practice remain in soft conversation. The arrangement allows both access and withdrawal, public and private together in a mild balance. This balance is neither tense nor uncertain. It is a steady negotiation that supports continuity. The consistent plan of spaces keeps interactions predictable and gentle, a slow mediation between activity and reflection. Ritual implements are kept in familiar places. Bowls, spoons, cloths, and small knives have their appointed spots. Each object is selected for durability and ease. Handles are worn smooth from long, careful use. The implements are not elaborate, but they are reliable. Their presence on shelves and in chests creates a landscape of readiness. Those who use them move with practiced patience, returning each item to its place. This circulation of objects contributes to the steady order of the temple, a modest choreography of service. Lighting is modest and regular. Lamps are filled and trimmed according to measured habits. Flames are small and steady, neither fierce nor waning. The light is warm and close, providing enough visibility without startling brightness. At night, the glow is gentle and consoling. During the day, shadows soften in response. Maintaining the light is an ordinary duty that unfolds with calm repetition. The measured care of flames becomes one more regular gesture that ties the passage of hours to the steady life of the place. Shelving and storage speak to an economy of need. Vessels are stacked by size and purpose. Labels are simple, and the most used items are easy to reach. The arrangement favors clarity and flow. Each storage choice makes service smoother and life calmer. The small predictability of where things are kept allows hands to move without hesitation. In such neatness, there is a quiet comfort. The mind relaxes when it does not have to search. Routine becomes possible because the environment supports it in a straightforward, untroubled way. The temple's boundaries are clear but permeable. Walls mark the edge of the sacred precinct, yet gateways allow for steady exchange. People come and go according to predictable times and tasks. The flow is not frenetic. It is a rhythm that repeats with a gentle steadiness. The presence of others within that rhythm forms a communal calm. Shared habits are simple, mutual acts that build a soft cohesion. The boundary is therefore both protective and inviting, shaping a predictable community of repeated practices. Textures matter in small ways. The coolness of stone, the grain of wood, the soft patina of metal, all register on the skin. These sensations are not dramatic, but they accumulate into a subtle, calming familiarity. Repeated contact with these textures builds a bodily knowledge of the place. Over time, hands retain memory in a slow way. The touch of a threshold, the feel of a bowl, the weight of a small tool, all become part of a steady narrative that requires no loud words. Sound is measured and restrained. Footsteps have a particular weight on the steps and floor. The shush of a broom, the soft clink of a vessel, a low voice speaking in precise phrases. These noises are part of the house's gentle composition. Silence is not absolute, but it is intentional. Sounds are allowed, but kept within a soft range. The auditory environment helps maintain calm. It becomes a predictable backdrop against which small actions are performed. The ear learns to expect certain cadences, and that expectation relaxes attention. Temperature and ventilation are treated with simple solutions. Openings are placed to allow gentle breezes. Thick walls temper heat and coolness. The building's fabric moderates extremes and sustains a manageable interior climate. These modest measures reduce stress on the body and mind. The steady, comfortable environment supports unhurried work and unobtrusive contemplation. It is a practical design for daily life that quietly encourages a slow, measured pace. Signage, when present, is straightforward. Symbols and marks indicate purpose without excess commentary. A carved symbol near a door suggests its function. A painted line marks an approach. These markers are not elaborate. They are plain, useful, and calming in their clarity. The signs help maintain predictability. People learn their signals quickly, and the clarity reduces uncertainty. In a place where small actions repeat often, simple signage aids a steady flow. Seating is humble and practical. Benches are placed where they support small gatherings or solitary pause. Chairs are not ornate, but are made for durable comfort. Sitting becomes a quiet way to rest and observe. The arrangement invites slow conversation or silent presence. It supports the steady pace of life, allowing bodies to settle without an urge to rush. The comfort is modest and reliable, matching the overall tone of measured calm. Water management is simple and deliberate. Vessels are used to carry and store what is needed. Spouts and drains are arranged to handle small flows. The motion of pouring is slow and precise. Water is respected for its practical and symbolic roles. The handling of water, in steady, repeated gestures, adds another layer to the rhythm of daily life. Each measured pour is an ordinary act that contributes to a larger calm. Fastenings and hinges are maintained with care. Doors move with a smooth, predictable resistance. When repaired, they are restored to a reliable action. The small sound of a door closing is familiar and comforting. Maintenance of moving parts is routine and unhurried. The steady care invested in these details prevents sudden surprises and keeps the environment consistently manageable. This constant tending to reliable operation is itself a quiet practice that deepens the sense of order. Walkways are edged and kept clean. The line from the street to the altar is clear and uncluttered. Open space around the altar allows for modest gatherings without confusion. The careful handling of open areas ensures movement remains slow and untroubled. Clear walkways are an unassuming kindness. They prevent minor frictions that could disturb the calm. The space is therefore maintained not only for ritual, but for the ease of everyday passage. Seasons bring measured changes. Certain coverings or lightweight panels may appear in cool months, while more open arrangements are favored in warm times. These adaptations are gradual and practical. They do not alter the fundamental plan. Instead, they allow the house to remain comfortable and steady through the slow passage of the year. The steady pattern persists, adjusted with small care, preserving a reliable shape that the community can trust. Small symbols of practice recur in predictable places: a repeated motif on a vessel, a familiar pattern on a textile. Tiny echoes of a shared language appear without ostentation. These repetitions form a quiet continuity, reminding those present of belonging in the mildest way. The effect is cumulative and calm. They are not banners or proclamations. but small echoes of a shared, steady life. The arrangement of light, sight, and movement all collaborate to make transitions soft, entering and leaving, approaching and stepping back. All are composed into gentle sequences. The architecture and the routine gestures together train the body to move slowly and deliberately. Over time, the pattern becomes automatic in the most restful way. The body remembers before the mind, and that memory supports a daily rhythm of measured attention and quiet practice. Routine offerings are managed with modest care. Food tokens, small and simple, are placed and later removed according to a steady plan. The handling of these items is not dramatic. It is calm, predictable work. The repetition of placing and clearing reinforces a sense of continuity. It is a practical cycle that links everyday sustenance to a quiet order, shaping a subtle bridge between ordinary life and held practice. Small ledgers or lists may be kept to note recurring tasks. These notes are plain records, brief lines that map the expected sequence of actions. The handwriting is simple and slow. Making such a list is a practical way to ensure continuity in the face of ordinary change. The list becomes a modest anchor, a soft tool that supports the slow practice of maintenance and observance. It is not an elaborate bureaucracy, only a calm aide-memoire. Vestments and textiles are stored and rotated in a slow cycle. Garments are mended and laundered, folded and kept ready for use. The motion of sewing an edge or smoothing a fold is a quiet, repetitive labor that soothes as it produces order. The textiles carry the trace of many hands, and their steady presence is another element of the temple's slow rhythm. Simple care for cloth sustains the look and function of the house in a gentle, ongoing way. The overall effect of these measured choices is a landscape of predictability. Each small design element and practiced gesture contributes to a larger calm. The steady repetition of forms and acts reduces surprise and invites a restful attention. The architecture and the routine together create a durable habit, a slow practice that people can settle into. In such a place, days unfold with a gentle cadence and hands move with the composed ease of a long familiarity. Paths of service are clear. Who brings water? Who sweeps the steps? Who tends the lamp? These roles are modest, well understood, exchanged across simple agreements. The continuity of these assignments is not enforced by spectacle, but maintained by the mutual comfort of a reliable arrangement. Each person's small contribution fits into a larger pattern that keeps the house functioning in an unhurried manner. The predictability of tasks is itself calming, a communal support for steady practice. The architecture's quiet order is mirrored in the timing of activities. Actions happen at soft intervals that align with the city's slow movement. This measured timing is supportive rather than prescriptive. It helps life proceed without sudden demands. The rhythm of the place moves like a slow tide, predictable and inevitable, carrying with it the small gestures that compose daily continuity. Throughout, the emphasis is modest consistency. Spaces are arranged to invite repeated use. Forms and finishes are chosen for durability and ease. The result is a calm environment in which habit can grow without pressure. People who occupy such spaces move with a soft assurance. Their gestures are small, confident, and unhurried. Regularity becomes a gentle companion rather than a strict rule. The temple's plan, practiced and maintained, becomes a kind of slow pedagogy. It teaches by repetition and gentle correction. Those who frequent it learn the rhythms not by being told, but by living them. The architecture and the routine shape attention and body in ways that descend gradually, like the lowering of light at dusk. Over time, the slow, steady patterns of a space and habit form a stable, calming background for daily life that requires no spectacle, only regular, careful presence. A slow and steady rhythm moves through the temple, like a current beneath still water. Every morning begins with a quiet checklist, not hurried, but careful, as if the act of noting and repeating holds the place in a steady orbit. Clerks and attendants step through familiar motions, each small action the same as it was yesterday and the day before. Their hands know the weight of keys, the texture of cloth, the sound of pages turning. With steady steps and measured voices, they breathe life into a routine that is soft and unbroken, simple in its precision, gentle in its endurance. There is a kind of gentle choreography to the handling of sacred tools. Vessels are lifted with two hands. A bronze lamp is cradled and set in place with a practiced tilt. Each implement rests in a known spot when not needed, polished enough to reveal its shape, but not shown to an aggressive bright. Cloths are folded with slow, exact folds, neither rushed nor extravagant. The touch is careful, as if the objects themselves remembered the touch and expected it in a certain way. The steady repetition keeps both object and attendant in a calm accord. Records are kept in ordered columns, ink moving across parchment in a rhythm like a soft pendulum. Dates are marked by the sun and by the list of rituals, by the small tick of a recurring task. Numbers are counted and noted with a calm deliberation, not for accounting alone, but for the comfort of continuity. The presence of an entry is an assurance that something was attended to, that the pattern of care was upheld. The ledger becomes a quiet companion, a slow book of small certainties that anchors the day. Priests and priestesses move through their routines with soft predictability. Their gestures are practiced so that even the simplest motion is a quiet meditation. Lighting a lamp is a small ceremony in itself, a steady hand drawing flame, then lowering it to the oil. Each action is a punctuation to the day, a marked breath that keeps the tempo. The motions are not dramatic. They are the steady punctuation of life, the small statements that declare attention to things that matter in a modest, enduring way. The calendar of duties is a careful map of hours and tasks. Simple markers note when fires must be tended and when offerings are to be set out. The timetable is read like a familiar path, with each stop known and expected. Those who maintain the schedule do so with calm focus, letting each task flow into the next so that nothing jostles the quiet balance. Time itself feels less like a pressing force and more like a gentle guide, a path to be followed with measured steps and soft sight. There is an art to tending the sacred flame. The fire must be kept neither too small nor too large, its light steady like a breath. Tending involves the slow addition of oil in a sure measure, the placement of a wick with attentive fingers, the simple hymn of incantation whispered without strain. The action is both practical and reverent, an overlap of care and ritual. The flame becomes a companion, a small, warm point of focus that reflects the mind of the attendant through its steady presence. Care for written records is a quiet devotion. Pens are sharpened, and ink is mixed with the precision of a soft craft. Parchments are unrolled with a patient hand, margins kept neat, script flowing in calm columns. Each name, each offering, each hour is registered with the same gentle attentiveness, so that the archive grows into a slow, careful memory. The act of recording is less about posterity and more about staying attentive, about creating a reliable trace of what has been done and what is to be done again. Vestments are prepared with tender, methodical care. Garments are smoothed and checked for loose threads, clasps set straight, the scent of herbs tucked gently into folds. There is a steady inspection, as if to reassure both wearer and wearerless cloth. The fabric holds a quiet history of repeated use, and handling it is an intimate act of preservation. Careful folds and soft brushes restore it to a calm order, ready to receive the body and the steadiness of ritual movement. Sacred implements are inventoried like old friends. Lists of bowls and ladles, boxes and bells are checked off in soft handwriting. The sequence of names on a page is a kind of litany, a steady naming that keeps things in balance. When a vessel is missing, the search is gentle and slow, not a clamor, but a thoughtful tracing through familiar spaces. The return of an object to its place is a small settling, a soft click in the machinery of care that brings the day back to its known tempo. Maintaining the temple spaces is calm and unobtrusive. Sweeping is done with long, smooth strokes so that dust is moved away rather than tossed. Floors are washed with warm water, the motion slow and circular, as if tracing the memory of the stone. Surfaces are dusted with a motion that follows the grain, never hurried, always deliberate. The act of cleaning is itself an inward practice, a quiet shaping of the environment to match the steady mind of those who dwell within it. The rituals of opening and closing are tightly measured. Doors are eased to reveal the softened interior light, or shut with a gentle firmness that keeps the world at a distance for the duration of a practice. Keys turn with a familiar sound, a small baritone that announces a change of state. The opening of a space is conducted with a series of calm actions. Check the lamps, move the instruments, lay out the day's list. The closing is a mirror of that care, reversal of motion that leaves the place ready to be carefully slept, like a room tucked with deliberate tenderness. There is regular maintenance of small and precious things. Strings on instruments are tuned with careful pulls. Bells are struck lightly to test their tone, and carved surfaces are brushed to reveal the hidden grain. Each object is listened to in turn. If a sound is thin, it is tightened. If a surface shows wear, soft mending follows. The attention is not intrusive, but protective, a slow fidelity that repairs with steady hands and patient tools. Over time, the practice of tending becomes its own gentle discipline. The marking of time can be as simple as noting the angle of light across a courtyard. Sundials are read with calm attention, their shadows pointing to schedules held for generations. The movement of the sun is measured without urgency, a slow arrow that guides the sequence of small obligations. Bells may toll at intervals, each strike deliberate and evenly spaced, an audible metronome that keeps the collective breath of the temple in sync. Time thus appointed becomes a companionable force, steady and predictable. Records of offerings are maintained with clear, soft entries names of contributors, the kinds of tokens given, the time and purpose are all written down in steady script. These lists are not exhaustive inventories, but gentle agreements between giver and keeper. The act of writing confirms a continuity of care and ensures that offerings are attended to in their measured turn. The ledger is a calm witness, quietly holding the memory of those small acts of devotion. The training of new attendants follows patient guidance. Experienced hands teach the rhythm of folding cloth, of carrying a lamp, of setting a table for an offering. Lessons are given in short, repeated steps, each taught slowly until the body knows what the mind has been told. There is no rush in this learning, only the steady passing along of gesture and care. The process is almost like teaching a breathing pattern, gentle, repetitive, and exacting in its simplicity. There is a quiet economy in storing the elements of ritual. Oils are kept in cool, shaded places to preserve their scent and substance. Grains and fruits are counted and stored in baskets that breathe. Herbs are tied in bundles and hung to dry in a soft, ventilated room. The storage itself is an act of respect, each item placed in a manner that preserves its usefulness. The arrangement is practical and calm, arranged so that each thing has its time and place without disorder. The recording of inclement weather, of sudden changes, is done with measured lines in the ledgers. Rain that washes the steps is noted. Winds that scatter petals are written down in a soft hand. These small notes are not alarms, but observations, a way of acknowledging how the wider world nudges the routines of the temple. Over weeks and months, these entries make a map of seasons and small disruptions, a gentle accounting that helps planners adjust with minimal disturbance. The etiquette of movement within consecrated spaces is taught and observed like a soft language. Voices are kept low, footsteps softened at key moments, and hands held in a way that expresses attention without flourish. The body is a quiet instrument of the ritual, positioned and moved with care so that each gesture flows into the next. When many people act together, their combined motions form a slow, communal dance, restful in its predictability and calming in its repetition. The keeping of lists extends beyond simple inventories into the realm of procedural routines. Each day has a small sequence, checks of flame and vessel, the washing of hands, the careful arrangement of tokens. These lists are followed with a calm fidelity that makes each day feel like a softly answered question. The repetition is not a prison, but a pattern that frees the mind to move within steady boundaries. The lists themselves become familiar companions, small guides that ensure nothing slips away. There is gentle attention given to the smell and sound of the place, as if these sensations were part of the sacred apparatus. Oils are chosen for their mild, grounding scent. Cloths are made of fibers that carry warmth rather than sharpness. Incense is used sparingly, its smoke rising in thin, contemplative plumes that travel slowly upward. Sounds are kept round and low, the clink of metal and the rustle of fabric blending into an unobtrusive consonance that calms more than it excites. The recording of births, dedications, and notable events is carried out with soft hands. Small entries are made for each new life, each made offering, each repair or gift. These notes are not dramatized, but respected, each one a bead on a long, unbroken string. The act of writing each event is a way of reminding the place of its own continuity, of connecting the present moment with the slow passage of years. The archive grows like a riverbed, layered and patient. The practice of cleaning sacred vessels is done with ritual care. Each bowl is rinsed, wiped, and set to dry in a place of soft shadow. Stains are treated gently, removed with patience rather than force. The water used feels warm and comforting, a small ritual of purification that restores both object and attendant to a calm state. The careful handling of these items reaffirms the sense that every small thing has value and deserves its measured attention. There is a timid pleasure in the repetition of small duties. The same hand gestures that fold a cloth today will be repeated tomorrow, and that familiarity brings a soft ease. Repetition is not dullness, but a slow settling, forming of habit that soothes rather than numbs. Each repetition is a small stitch in a larger seam, an act that binds moments into a continuous fabric. The work is steady, and in that steadiness, there is an unspoken peace. Measurements of offerings are exact in a soft way. A measure of grain is poured carefully, not wasted or hoarded, but dispensed with quiet precision. Liquids are ladled with a steady hand, the sound of spoon against bowl, a faint and reliable metronome. Each measured portion reflects an ethic of balance, enough to honor, not so much as to overflow. The act of division becomes a slow lesson in proportion, in learning to give with mindful restraint. There is a slow ceremony to caring for ritual books and scrolls. Pages are turned with tender care, edges checked for fray, bindings eased with a gentle touch. The records are sometimes recopied in soft script, letters drawn with steady patience. This conservation is not hurried. It is a long, quiet duty that preserves instruction and memory. In handling texts this way, attendants treat words as fragile companions, worthy of careful, unhurried keeping. Daily rehearsals of certain lines or verses are practiced in hush. Phrases are spoken softly, repeated until they sit easily on the tongue. This repetition serves not to perform, but to steady, to make the recitation effortless and sure. The cadence becomes familiar, a gentle undercurrent in the day's soundscape. The voice, kept low and even, is a tool to align thought and motion, to bind calendar to habit and habit to calm rhythm. The inventory of clothing and personal accoutrements is checked with steady hands. Amulets are counted and stored. Pins and clasps are tested so that garments will sit right when worn. Small repairs are made by hand, a stitch here, a knot there, maintaining the dignity of attire without haste. Attendants take quiet pride in these details, knowing that each minor mending preserves the smooth flow of ritual without drawing attention to itself. There is a minimal but important habit of noting the quality of light each day. The way morning fills a niche, the slant of even light across an altar, the soft dusk that gathers at the end of care. These observations are written down as if to remember the shape of a moment. It is not poetry, but simple record, a way of keeping attuned to the subtle changes that mark the passage of time. The light itself becomes a soft index of the day's movement. Instruments of sound are prepared with careful calibration. Ropes and cords are checked, small hammers and mallets are smoothed, and the space where sound will travel is gently tested. The aim is not to produce brilliance, but clarity. When instruments ring, they do so with a full, even tone, that sits comfortably in the air. This measured attention ensures that sound enhances ritual without startling the calm that is carefully maintained. Small repairs are performed with humble tools: needle and thread, a strip of leather, a bit of wax. These are enough to keep most things functioning. The pace of repair is unhurried. Crafts are applied with a quiet patience that honors both object and maker. Repairs are never rushed, but thoughtful, intended to make an item last and to preserve the rhythm of use that gives it purpose. Attendants often speak in soft, standardized phrases as they work, a kind of practical liturgy. Words match gesture, and together they form a slow, communicative practice that keeps the group coherent. The language is direct and calm, designed to coordinate rather than to ornament. This speech, repeated over long days, becomes part of the predictable texture of temple life, a soft current that keeps things moving in steady alignment. Daily checklists are rewritten as necessary, but always in the same orderly hand. Corrections are mild and neat. A crossed line is not a sign of disorder, but a gentle correction in an ongoing process of care. The list itself becomes a small companion, a bit of paper that guides attention and calms the mind. There is comfort in its simple authority, in the way it shapes the day without demanding spectacle. There is a persistent tenderness in the way attendants handle the living parts of the temple, such as plants and small creatures that find shelter there. Pots are watered with a careful pour, leaves wiped free of dust, and small nests left undisturbed when found. This is an extension of the broader ethic of care. The living and the made deserve quiet attention and a measured presence. The motion of tending these small lives reinforces the steady rhythm that holds the place gentle and ongoing. The archiving of older ledgers is done with careful labeling. Boxes are marked in simple script and stored with the same calm that ensured their original creation. This practice is not frantic or fearful, but deliberate, ensuring that memory is present when needed. The older volumes sit together in shaded order, like a library of small assurances. They are there to be consulted in slow time, not as urgent demands, but as patient resources steadily available. The daily duties are not glamorous, yet they are a soft, persistent foundation. The continuity they build is like a slow stonework, each small act laid carefully upon the last. There is an understated pride in this steadiness, a quiet pleasure in the reliability of things performed with care. Over time, the accumulation of such small attentions forms a gentle bedrock, an invisible support for the life of ritual and the people who participate in it. Hands that perform these tasks become gentle maps of their daily work. The skin remembers the motion of folding, the pull of a cord, the pressure needed to set an oil lamp. The body itself houses a catalog of gestures learned through repetition, and that memory is quiet and faithful. Each movement is familiar and hence calming, reducing friction and producing a steady flow of action that matches the measured pulse of the temple. Attention to detail is taught as a calm virtue rather than a rigid rule. Apprentices are encouraged to notice the small things: the sheen on a bowl, the exact angle of a wick, the soft abrasion of a rope. These observations are practiced in a patient way, so that noticing becomes a gentle habit rather than a burdensome vigilance. The result is an environment where small imperfections are corrected early and quietly, preserving the smooth continuity of daily life. There is a final softness to the routine of preservation. Ledgers are closed with a simple ribbon, implements returned to their niches, lamps extinguished to a steady last glow. The work does not stop with an abrupt end, but fades into careful rest, each action leading softly into the next, like footsteps slowing on a long walk. The day's record settles into the archive, and the mind of the caretaker eases, knowing that the pattern will be resumed in calm fidelity tomorrow. The careful hands move slowly, selecting each offering with the same steady attention as someone laying out a familiar pattern. Fingers brush over smooth fruit, weighing its heft, testing its yield in a quiet, practiced way. Bread is examined for evenness of crust and baked warmth, and small cakes are set aside with an economy of motion. Bowls of grain are scooped to a measured depth and set down in gentle, regular positions. Every selection is deliberate, as if the act of choosing itself is a small node in a long, patient chain. The room hums with an almost inaudible rhythm created by these repeated gestures, a rhythm that measures time without haste. Softly, items are counted and tallied, each piece recorded in the mind as much as on any scratch of wax. There is a simple arithmetic to the work: 3 apples, 5 small loaves, a ring of dates, a bowl full of barley. The act of counting is not a hurried inventory, but a meditative cadence, a way of aligning the hands with attention. Numbers become part of a gentle music, and the counting rolls off like a tide returning to its shore. Each count confirms that nothing is missing, that all is as it should be, and the quiet conviction of that completeness settles like a warm cloak. The placement of each item follows a calm choreography, a slow geometry of space on the altar and its approaches. Bowls align in soft curves and straight lines, always mindful of the way one object relates to another. Tall things stand toward the rear, short things forward, so that the eye travels with a pleasing ease across the arrangement. There is comfort in this order. No haste, no crowding, only the clear breathing room between objects where each one may be seen. The arrangement is a still conversation between things, an exchange of positions that feels inevitable and right. Libation is prepared with the same untroubled care. The chosen liquid poured into small, shallow cups and set ready at the edge of the altar. The bowls reflect the lamplight with a slow, steady glitter. Wine is measured not by impulse, but by a practiced hand that knows the particular pour for each moment. Sometimes a little oil, sometimes milk, sometimes honey is held ready. The act of pouring will not begin until each element is exactly where it should be, a quiet promise that the sequence will unfold as expected when the time comes. Incense is attended to in a way that suggests patience knows its own pace. Sticks are laid out in a line, bundles of powdered resin held in small spoons, charcoal discs arranged in even rows. The scent is not forced but coaxed, allowed to rise when the ember is ready, when the air of the space is already listening. Lighting is gradual. A spark is sheltered, breathed into life, and then set among the granules, so that smoke begins to gather in soft tendrils. The smoke moves like a slow animal, exploring the empty space before it, leaving a faint trail that is part perfume and part presence. There is a careful sequence to the offerings that feels as natural as the hours passing. one does not simply place all things at once, but moves through a subtle itinerary, the durable items first, then the fragile, dry things before liquids, those that speak of sustenance before those that speak of scent. Each step prepares the next, as a hand passes an object across a table. The sequence creates a gentle suspension, allowing attention to settle fully on the present action before it moves on. It is a form of practical reverence that grounds the moment in simple, recurring tasks. Attendants move with slow, deliberate footfalls, the sound of sandals against packed earth or stone barely audible, like a distant percussion in an otherwise quiet room. Their motion is economical, without flourish. They rise, reach, and return in a cycle that could continue nearly forever. Each movement is practiced and unhurried, a repeated pattern that finds comfort in repetition. There is no hurry to finish. The work is the thing, and the care of each gesture is itself an offering. In the repetition, there is a steadying effect, a soft pulse that keeps the day from rushing. A small cup is lifted, tilted, and a thin ribbon of liquid uncoils into a shallow dish, creating a soft ripple that glints in the lamplight. The sound is tiny, a whisper of liquid meeting ceramic, but it resonates, in its way, with the same significance as a larger sound might in a louder place. These little noises gather into a subdued soundtrack, a clink, a rustle, a soft breath. They are not interruptions, but the supporting notes to a quiet symphony, the small sounds of order being made and remade. Hands sometimes pause, holding an object as if listening to it, feeling its weight and texture. A feathered wreath is fingered to bend the stems in a precise circle. A garland is checked for evenness of bloom, petals smoothed into place with caution. Even the simplest tokens receive this tenderness, as if the care given to them is a conversation that will be returned in kind. The tenderness is not sentimental, but functional, an expression of respect for the continuity the items embody. The placement of incense burners and oil lamps follows a clear logic of space and safety. Burners are set on heat-resistant pads, a cautious hand testing the steadiness of the flame. Lamps are trimmed and filled with oil to a predictable level, the wick cut so the flame will be low and calm. These precautions have their own quiet beauty, a small discipline that keeps the gentle light constant, preventing flare or sputter. The careful tending of a flame is itself a form of attentiveness that steadies the entire scene. Over time, offerings take on a rhythm that echoes the slow cycles of seasons. Certain fruits appear early, their shells bright and taut. Others are chosen for the later, softer months. Dried grains and preserved goods keep the line of sustenance unbroken through the year, creating a predictable rotation that is more like a calendar than a list. The changing roster of items is subtle, a gradual shift of emphasis rather than any sudden overhaul. In this way, the offerings reflect not only a present moment, but a patient awareness of passing time. There is a quiet language in the way items are paired together. An herb beside a bowl, a slice of bread leaning against a small cup of honey. These pairings are practiced and familiar, creating a soft logic that guides the eye. They are not random, but have been chosen for complementary qualities. Texture to texture, color to color, scent to scent. The pairings feel like the work of attentive hands, arranging a small domestic scene, a still life meant to be lived in and depended upon. A slow tally is often kept, sometimes notched on a wooden stick, sometimes remembered in a steady chant of numbers. This counting has the effect of making time itself more tangible. Each tally mark is a small anchoring point in the stream of days. The act of marking is unhurried, deliberate, and satisfying. It confirms that the sequence will continue, that the pattern will hold, and that the small arrangements of objects will be repeated tomorrow and the next day with gentle, inevitable steadiness. There are moments when an offering must be altered, a fruit split to show its interior, a loaf broken in half to share its crumb. These small transformations are deliberately gentle, done so that nothing is wasted and everything is made ready for the act of presentation. They are acts of opening, of revealing the nature of the item in a way that feels honest and simple. The cracked surface of bread, the exposed seed, the peeled rind all suggest an inner generosity, a readiness to be shared. When the time for pouring arrives, the movements are unhurried but precise. The hand lifts the cup, the wrist quiet, and the liquid flows in a slow, controlled line. Eyes follow the motion but do not rush to meet it. The song of the pour is steady and regular, and the stream falls exactly where it is meant. There is a confidence in the action that allows it to be repeated without strain. It is not ceremonial show. It is the practical elegance of someone who has done the task many times and now performs it with gentle ease. Steam and smoke rise in separate directions, but often meet somewhere above the altar, curling and interlacing like two patient threads. The scent of the incense is faint at first, then richer as it warms and expands. It does not demand attention, but invites it, a soft and familiar perfume that settles into the fabric of the space. The smoke's movement is slow and considered, taking the path of least resistance, unfurling in sheets and twists that seem to follow an internal logic. It is as if the air itself has been asked to keep time and agrees without protest. Tools are kept in a particular order, ladles hung by their handles, knives sheathed and placed away from the immediate workspace, brushes and cloths folded with care. This order is partly practical. Tools must be where hands expect them, but it is also part of the ritual mood. A tidy collection of implements creates a quiet frame for the acts that follow. When each tool has its place, the movement of work becomes easier, almost as if the tools themselves guide the hands toward the next appropriate action. Small rituals of cleaning surround the preparation. A gentle wiping of surfaces, a softening of rough edges with a cloth. Dust is brushed away with a motion that is more like a lullaby than a chore. The sounds of these actions are muted, soft swishes and whispering cloth, and contribute to the overall sense of calm. Cleaning is not an attempt to erase, but to reveal, to make the space ready for what will be offered there. It clears the way for the present gestures without demanding anything dramatic in return. There are practiced pauses woven into the routine, breaths taken as part of the work, moments where hands rest lightly on the edge of a bowl or on the table. These pauses are not idle. They are a way of letting the previous action settle before beginning the next. They create a rhythm like measured footsteps, a tempo that keeps the whole procedure at an even pace. In those pauses, attention settles into the body and finds an easy, slow alignment with the task at hand. The counting and arranging happen with an awareness of balance, not only of numbers, but of visual and tactile harmony. If a bowl tilts slightly, it is nudged back into place. If one item seems too large for its neighbor, it is shifted, and the eye reassesses. This balancing act is subtle and calm, like tuning a string until its tone is steady and true. Each adjustment is small, and the cumulative effect is one of composure and unity, a gathered calm that is more felt than proclaimed. Sometimes a song or a low hum accompanies the work, a sound meant more to steady the hands than to entertain. The melody is simple and slow, a tone that matches the pace of movement, guiding breath and motion alike. It is not sung loudly, but held close, a soft current under the visible actions. The sound ties the person to the motion, giving cadence to tasks that might otherwise drift. It is a companion to the work, unobtrusive and steady, like a distant sea. There is a practical wisdom in the repetition of procedures. When the same order is observed day after day, errors fade, and the work becomes a series of reliable gestures. This reliability is not rigidness, but an economy of effort that leaves space for attention to rest. Repetition breeds a kind of skilled calm. The hands know what to do without demanding intense focus, and the mind can drift while still being fully present. In this way, the mundane acts become a kind of steadying practice. Offerings are sometimes layered, arranged so that the eye moves from one element to the next in a deliberate progression. A low plate might hold a scattering of seeds, behind it a taller vessel with fruit, and beyond that a small statue or symbol. The layering creates depth and invites a slow, contemplative viewing. The eye is led gently through the composition, and the arrangement feels like a patient sentence, each item a word that contributes to the whole meaning. The scent of the place changes as preparations continue, becoming subtly richer, a blend of warm bread, crushed herb, and the gentle tar of resin. These scents do not crowd each other, but mingle in an easy accord. They define the air in a way that seems protective, as if aroma itself can hold a small charge of continuity. The scents become familiar companions to the hands and eyes, reminding the senses of what happens here again and again. Care is taken that nothing interferes with the slow flow of the main sequence. Distractions are minimized. Doors are closed gently, loose items cleared away, foot traffic reduced. This is not isolation, but a mindful narrowing of focus so that the small rituals proceed without jarring interruptions. The calm is preserved because everything contributing to it is tended with quiet intention. The work takes the shape of a slow river, unobstructed and sure. Checklist-like motions accompany certain steps: a little tap to settle the grain, a small tilt to check the bowl's balance, a mindful sniff of the incense before it is lit. These motions are practiced and brief, but they punctuate the sequence with tiny confirmations. Each little action is a sign that the whole is in order. The ritual proceeds not by leaps, but by a series of small, dependable confirmations that knit the process together. There is a gentle economy in the use of space. Not everything that could be offered is placed at once. Instead, items appear when and where they are needed. This restraint creates a sense of calm, preventing the altar from becoming crowded or chaotic. The economy is not stingy. It is intentional, allowing each thing to occupy its moment of quiet attention before yielding the stage to the next. This measured generosity feels like a patient offering of time itself. Light is managed in a slow, deliberate way. Lamps are set to burn low, creating a steady, warm glow that does not demand attention. Shadows fall softly, and the flicker is almost imperceptible, like the breathing of a sleeping animal. The light invites eyes to rest rather than to probe. It is chosen for its steadiness, its ability to hold the space in gentle illumination so that the hands can work without haste and the mind can wander into calm. When incense is attended to, the embers are sometimes coaxed with a small feather or fan to encourage the smoke to rise in a particular direction. The movement is non-invasive, a slight guidance rather than a forceful push. The smoke responds, tracing a slow arc through the air, and the attendant watches with a peaceful focus as if following the path of a dream. The fan's motion is steady, measured, a companion to the smoke rather than its master. Some offerings are folded or wrapped in cloth, their coverings smoothed with careful hands. The fabric is chosen for its texture and color, and the act of wrapping is slow and almost tactilely comforting. A cloth can be a small shelter, a respectful covering that sets aside the item as special without shouting its presence. The folded cloth rests like a small, quiet envelope, suggesting that within it lies something of calm value. Small marks or signs may be made to indicate the intended recipient of an item or to note the occasion for which it is offered. These marks are discreet, scribbled with soft incisions into wax or faint strokes on a label. They are practical annotations, not declarations. They help maintain clarity in a sequence where many similar items may be placed in conference. The marks are like punctuation in a slow sentence, making the meaning easier to read without changing its tone. The act of offering is sometimes accompanied by a brief motion of the hand, a slight lifting and letting go, as if the offering is gently set free. This motion is unobtrusive but meaningful, a small ritual gesture that marks the transition from preparation to presentation. It is as simple as the closing of a hand on a memory and the quiet release of that hold. The gesture is repeated in different forms, but always with the same unhurried care. Certain items are reserved for particular times, used only in special sequences that recur with calm regularity. These items are not hoarded, but kept with the awareness that their moment will come again. Their rarity gives them a quiet significance, a small emphasis within the daily pattern. They are like punctuation marks in a long, steady paragraph, small pauses that highlight the continued flow rather than disrupting it. There is a sense of continuity in the small corrections that are made. A stray petal moved back into place, a spill wiped up with a careful, circular motion. These corrections are gentle. They do not seek perfection, but balance. The work acknowledges human imperfection and responds with mild, repairful gestures. This approach keeps the process humane and patient, allowing for small slips that are easily mended. When offerings are complete, a final steadying review takes place. Eyes and hands pass once more over the arrangement, confirming that each item is exactly where it should be. The review is not hurried but thorough in its calm way. It is a last breath before the next phase, a way of aligning the present with the sequence to come. The review is not the end, but a quiet hinge that connects preparation to presence. Tools are cleaned and returned to their places, Methodically, once their part in the sequence is done, cloths are rinsed, ladles wiped, and leftover bits of material gathered up with the same steady attention used in the preparation. This closing activity is gentle and restorative, a way of resetting the space without making it sterile. It acknowledges the completion of a cycle and prepares for its resumption, preserving the quiet integrity of the routine. There is an enduring calm in the fact that much of this work is unchanging, a steady pattern that can be relied upon for its predictability. Yet within that predictability, there is small adaptability, a different fruit at different seasons, a slightly altered arrangement to suit a new vessel. These small changes are absorbed into the broader rhythm without disturbance. Variation comes like a whisper, and the pattern continues, accommodating and steady. The subtlety of these procedures is part of their power. Nothing dramatic is required to make the action meaningful. The significance lies in the slow, patient repetition itself. The work does not seek to impress but to maintain, to hold a steady line through moments that might otherwise drift. This quiet maintenance creates a feeling of continuity that is both practical and quietly profound, the sort of thing that comforts more by its presence than by bold display. Hands that perform these tasks for years develop a kind of memory, a tacit knowledge that guides them without conscious effort. Movements become economical and precise, the body keeping time in small micro-adjustments. This embodied memory is an archive of habit, a slow library of gestures stored in muscle and sinew. It makes the repetition feel natural and nearly effortless, and it allows the mind to slip into a calm watchfulness that does not need to micromanage every step. Objects themselves seem to take on the memory of their use. Bowls that have been touched 1,000 times show the smoothness of repeated handling, and burners that have known many embers develop a certain hardened character. These traces are not blemishes, but records of continuity, modest proof that the routines have gone on. They are gentle signs that time has been layered into the things, making them part of the ongoing practice in a quiet, tangible way. In all of this, there is a slow, recurrent wisdom that small acts, carefully and gently performed, sustain larger patterns. The counting and arranging, the pouring and lighting, the careful cleaning and tending. These are not merely chores, but the means by which a steady life is held. There is no need for spectacle. The careful fidelity of repeated, modest actions is itself a profound kind of care that keeps the world moving in a soft, dependable rhythm. Days are arranged like stones in a quiet path, each one placed with care and touch. The calendar follows a steady hand, a measured map of time that guides what people do and when they do it. Dates are not only marks on paper, they are calls to action that ripple outward. Markets adjust, offices pause, streets wear different rhythms as certain days approach and settle. The pace is slow and deliberate. There is comfort in that cadence. It makes the year feel like a patient breathing, an inhale of preparation and an exhale of observance, repeated without hurry. Certain days are set aside with careful deliberation. These days close some doors and open others. Administrations mark them in ledgers and on tablets. Officials consult long lists to know which tasks must wait and which may proceed. The closures are not abrupt endings, but regulated pauses. They allow attention to shift from the routine to the shared. Law courts rest. Some markets clear their tables. The city breathes differently and listens. In those pauses, ordinary work gives space to things that do not fit neatly in daily commerce. When a festival approaches, the work of planning begins with small steps. Notifications move through offices and households in predictable ways. Clerks copy lists. Messengers walk routes they know by memory. Committees write down sequences and names. Simple checks are made. Will there be enough food? Will there be room for all who come? Will the routes be clear? Each check is a quiet act of care. No one rushes. Each task is a small stone, placed so the procession can pass without stumbling. Processions are slow, deliberate movements. They are not meant to astonish, but to unfold. People walk in ordered lines with measured steps. Objects are carried with care. Robes sweep the ground with soft friction. Hands hold steady. A child might walk beside an elder, copying the rhythm. A musician breathes softly into a flute and keeps a tinny, regular note. The sound is more like a metronome than a fanfare. It guides the feet and offers comfort in repetition. The city watches and moves as one gentle wave. Public meals are planned with the same calm attention. Tables are laid in predictable formations. Pots are warmed and kept at steady temperatures. Food is portioned to fit the numbers expected. There is less improvisation and more routine. Those who cook follow recipes and measures known to the household. Portions are arranged so that no one leaves with an unfinished hunger. Sharing is a quiet ritual. People sit near one another, passing trays in a slow, practiced cadence. Voices are low. The act of eating together is a confirmation of belonging across the streets and squares. Administrative coordination is a careful choreography. Officials meet in scheduled circles where they read from lists. They confirm names, times, routes. They mark entries in books that will be kept for years. Simple phrases are repeated. The same order of checks is observed, and with each repetition, the procedure feels more weightless and certain. There is trust in the record. If a gate must be opened at dawn, it is noted. If a fire must be tended throughout the night, a name is written down. The ledger becomes a map of small responsibilities. Signs are placed in public places to remind people of the day's needs. Wooden placards hang from poles. Murals are refreshed with gentle strokes that do not demand attention but guide it. The signs tell people where to gather, where to leave offerings, where to find shade. They do not shout. They exist like helpful companions, steady and unassuming. A passerby glances and continues, reassured by the predictability of the information available to all. The city's memory stretches across streets in neat handwriting. Quiet rehearsals take place in courtyards and back rooms. Individuals practice the order of words, the timing of movements. A torch is held in practiced hands until the flicker becomes less distracting than the muscle memory. A child learns to hold a bowl level. A drummer marks the beat until it settles into the bones. These private preparations are small acts of devotion to the public calm. They keep the ceremony crisp and untroubled. Each rehearsal helps the public moments appear as if they were always meant to be. There are lists of duties that repeat each season. Names are rotated and time specified so that no single person carries all the burden. Each page in an official book shows a web of small tasks assigned with gentle logic. The distribution of labor is like a carefully tended garden. Some tend the fires, some handle the food, some guide the crowds. The system is designed to preserve the gentleness of the event. The scale of attention is mild and human, not grandiose. On the morning of a festival, the city's rhythm shifts subtly. People move with a softer urgency. The marketplace opens more slowly, or not at all, depending on the day. Gates are stationed by watchful hands that do not hurry. The route of a procession is cleared with polite reminders rather than loud commands. Emissaries walk ahead to make sure stone steps are dry and stable. The air itself seems to accept the schedule and bend gently to accommodate it, like a river meeting a small, deliberate dam. Public altars, when used, become focal points of careful timing. Those tending them arrive early to prepare embers and bowls. They place items in precise order. Libations are kept measured and slow. The pouring of a liquid is an exercise in patience. Each drop is allowed its own space. The act is meant to be steady, a continuous but unhurried stream. The motion is almost like breathing, a single soft movement repeated until the ritual concludes and the surface settles into quiet. Market life adapts smoothly to closures. Stall keepers plan by checking the civic lists and arranging their stock. Perishable goods are consumed or stored according to habit. There is no scramble, only a sequence of minor adjustments. Neighbors exchange small favors. Someone offers a warm corner for a pot or a shelf for a basket. The social flexibility is understated and reliable. People trust each other enough to move when needed, and this trust is part of the ritual fabric that supports the day. Children learn the calendar by feeling it rather than by reading it alone. They watch the elders and learn the time of gatherings through pattern and example. A yearly rhythm becomes part of their sense of the world. They know to expect certain flavors, certain sounds, certain slow processions on certain days. The repetition is gentle training in patience and attentiveness. It teaches a sense of continuity. Growing up in such a rhythm is like learning to walk in a room where the furnishings seldom move. Townspeople coordinate travel and guest arrangements with a soft efficiency. If someone plans to visit for a festival, they inform a local office or a nearby household. Lodging is offered in orderly ways, often by relatives or by people accustomed to providing a few spare beds. There are lists of visitors and schedules of rooms and meals. Hospitality is a practiced art with rules rather than ad hoc generosity. The rules do not make the kindness less real. They simply make it steady and available to more people. The soundscape of a public day is layered and gentle. Footsteps are measured. Voices speak in calm tones. Bells ring in measured intervals rather than urgent clangs. Instruments offer steady notes rather than sudden ones. The overall volume is curbed by shared understanding. The city seems to move in a lower register, as if the ear leans down to listen more closely for smaller things. Even the wind sounds different when people pay attention to slow gestures. Long-term scheduling is part of civic stability. Officials keep records over many years, so the rhythm continues from one generation to the next. Calendars are copied and consulted with patience. Small corrections are made when necessary, but large changes are rare. Time is respected as a shared resource. The books that hold the schedule are handled with care. They are read and replaced, passed from hand to hand in steady, unhurried rituals of their own. Public feasting follows a similar, deliberate choreography. Tables are arranged in rows or circles according to custom. Serving is performed in repeated actions that become almost mechanical in their calmness. Servers refill bowls at steady intervals, so the act of eating does not break the communal peace. The meals are often simple and nourishing. They are not meant to excite, but to sustain. Contentment grows from repetition and measured abundance, not from lavish excess. Protocol guides the seating and relationships at public meals. Elders receive places of respect. Younger people sit nearby, learning the order. The arrangement teaches social patterns with outspoken lessons. The seating is not a contest, but a map. From it, the community reads obligations, respect, and continuity. Movement within this map is slow and thoughtful. No sudden shifts occur. Changes come gradually and are marked by agreed signals. Officials meet after the public events to record what occurred and to note small improvements for the next time. They write in soft, careful hands. The minutes are simple and unadorned. They list what went smoothly and what required adjustment. These notes are not dramatic judgments. They are pragmatic guides for future calm. The task of documentation itself is slow and reflective, like tending a lamp for the next evening's light. Ceremonial garments are prepared in advance and kept in order. They are mended and stored according to routine. When the day arrives, those who need robes find them clean and ready. The folding and placement of garments is a quiet ritual, a sequence of movements that reassure the wearer and the community. The cloth itself becomes part of the communal memory, having touched many hands and been smoothed by many fingers over time. When a closure includes the shutting of public offices, people make small adjustments. Legal matters are postponed by a sign placed on a door. Notices are made in ways that are clear and calm. The postponement does not carry the weight of crisis. It is a gentle rescheduling. People accept it without complaint because the rhythm of the year is familiar and sufficient for daily needs. There is comfort in the knowledge that time itself will return to address what waits. Some festivals include quiet competitions or displays, but even these are restrained. Judges follow simple rules and award recognition with formal words. The contests are not designed for spectacle, but for measured appreciation of skill. Winners receive small tokens and the calm nods of acknowledgement from their peers. The acts of giving and receiving remain low in tone and deliberate. The communal aim is to sustain pride and continuity, not to elevate one person above the rest. Markets that continue during certain days do so with regulated stalls. Certain goods are allowed and others held back. These boundaries reduce noise and ensure the focus remains on shared observance. Merchants adapt to the regulations with practiced adjustments. They lay out wares in neat rows and greet customers with measured courtesy. The commerce that remains active is itself part of the public rhythm, fitting into the overall pattern as a slow, interlocking gear. Public notices and proclamations are read aloud in measured tones. The reader speaks slowly, allowing each name and each instruction to settle into the air. People listen as if the day itself needs to hear certain things repeated. The recitation is not dramatic. It is a soothing cadence that reassures the community that plans are in place. The language used is simple and precise, crafted to minimize confusion and to maintain a steady tone. Religious leaders and civic officials coordinate through regular meetings before major days. They review lists and adjust roles with minor changes when needed. These meetings are calm. They do not call for grand pronouncements. They serve the modest purpose of aligning small details. Each participant leaves with a clear task and a settled sense of what tomorrow will require. The shared work binds them in a practical way that supports the public calm. Sometimes changes occur slowly over years, like a road that is gradually widened. Adjustments to the calendar or to the order of processions are discussed and recorded. The pace of change is gentle and deliberate. People adapt bit by bit. A small alteration in timing might be made to ease burdens or to include a group that had been overlooked. These adaptations are small acts of care, made with attention to preserving the familiar while allowing life to continue. Seasonal cycles shape certain festivals in steady patterns. Planting and harvest mark their rhythms on the public year. Foods served and tokens offered align with what the land produces. The communal calendar thus follows the slow science of the weather. The city learns to listen to the fields and to the sea. The alignment is not forced. It is an easy recognition that the cycles beyond the walls also help to pace the days. When outsiders travel to join the public days, they are welcomed into the established order. A visiting family receives clear directions and a place at a table. The process is simple and kind. Hosts explain the sequence of events in calm words. Guests fit into the pattern as gently as a smooth stone set into a wall. The arrival of new people enriches the ritual without disturbing its line. The hospitality practiced is not theatrical. It is a practical system that ensures comfort for all. Daily offices that remain open on some festivals run with small reductions. Clerks work with shorter lists. Services are trimmed to essential tasks so that the city's necessary functions persist without breaking the larger observance. The division of labor is thoughtful and conservative. It keeps the civic machine running at a lower speed, enough to be present, but not enough to crowd out the public day. The balance is carefully maintained to preserve both duty and rest. Signage for traffic and crowds is straightforward and unobtrusive. Volunteers post small banners and move barriers as needed. They do so with quiet gestures, placing ropes and stands in a way that seems almost invisible. The effect is a gentle guidance. People flow without force. The design is to prevent confusion rather than to command. The subtlety allows movement to feel natural and unpressured. The consumption of offerings follows clear procedures that keep the process calm. Portions are distributed according to lists. Sacrificial parts that will be eaten are shared in measured quantities, so hunger is eased but not inflamed. The distribution is practical and fair. Those who prepare the portions do so with steady hands and quiet faces. The act of sharing food becomes a simple, restorative practice that reinforces ties without spectacle. Young apprentices observe and record the sequences as part of their learning. Their notes are brief and factual. They copy lists and trace the order of movements until the gestures sit easily in their memory. The apprenticeship is low drama and high repetition. It is a slow, reliable transfer of practice from one generation to another. The apprentices learn to expect precision and to value the small, repetitive acts that sustain public life. The calendar is also used to schedule maintenance that supports the festivals. Streets are swept in advance, lamps are tested, small repairs to public spaces occur at measured intervals. The aim is to reduce surprises on the day itself. The preparation is mundane and methodical. Tools are sharpened and ropes inspected. Such small labors contribute to the overall serenity, like steady stitches holding a garment together. When a festival includes music, the pieces chosen are familiar and unadventurous. Musicians play tunes that the community knows by memory. The rhythm is gentle and repetitive. Songs are short and arranged to fit the procession's pace. The music acts as a soft scaffold, supporting movement and attention without overwhelming them. It is quiet company for those who walk and for those who watch. Volunteers who help manage the day are selected with care and rotated regularly. No single person is overburdened. The rotation ensures that duties are shared and that each volunteer is refreshed by intervals of rest between assignments. The system values endurance over heroics. The quiet effectiveness of many hands is preferred to the strain of a few. Notes on the preceding days are kept in simple ledgers so the next year's planning can be easier. Observers write what worked and what needed minor repair. These notes are not meant to be exhaustive judgments, but helpful reminders. Over time, a reliable archive grows that helps each new coordinator step into the task with less uncertainty. The record is a soft memory that protects the collective calm. In the end, the civic year is a tapestry woven from many slow threads. Festivals and closures are the repeating patterns that give the cloth its shape. Each thread is a small practice of attention and care. The effect is not dramatic, but steady. The year moves forward through these gentle rituals, each one a minor promise kept. The rhythm continues, patient and kind, shaping how people move through time without fuss or hurry. In the soft hush of private rooms, the small shrine sits with quiet certainty. It rests on a low shelf or on the flat edge of a hearth, slightly set apart from the ordinary things of the house. A cloth is folded beneath a simple bowl or a tiny statue, and the arrangement keeps a modest symmetry. Hands move slowly to make small adjustments, smoothing the cloth or straightening a vessel, as if aligning objects to the rhythm of a breathing home. Each gesture is calm and measured, and the motion itself feels like the shape of attention. The shrine, by its presence and the regularity of these small gestures, becomes a steady point in the daily pattern of living, a place where time is kept by quiet habit rather than by loud announcement. Mornings often begin with the brighting of a lamp, the soft flame that steadies a room before day fills it. A finger turns the wick, a small breath feeds the flame, and the light comes with no hurry. Oil is poured in measured quantities, counted with the thought of balance. The light is not large or brilliant. It is enough to cast gentle shadows and to give a steady eye to the little objects grouped there. Lighting the lamp is a modest ceremony, a repeated motion that says, without words, that the day is beginning and that this place remains held in care. The action is simple, and the quiet outcome is its own kind of comfort. A bowl of water is placed and refreshed more often than one might notice. The water is changed with a soft-handled vessel, poured without spill, and set down to sit like a cool thought. The surface of the water reflects the small room and the faint motion of the flame. It is never left to stagnate. To tend the water is to tend a tiny mirror of the household, and so the act is kept regular, unassuming, and precise. One can imagine the careful fingers as they tilt the bowl and make sure the rim is dry, the soft cloth that follows each movement, the deliberate slowness that helps the mind to rest in the task. Bread, or a simple cake, sometimes waits in plain view. Wrapped in a linen scrap, it is placed with a quiet deliberation and a small counting of pieces. Each crumb is taken with regard, and the gesture is not of grand sacrifice, but of sharing and continuity. When a piece is left, it communicates the thought that the household moves in a continuous line from one day to the next, that the sustenance of ordinary life is noticed and respected. Removing stale pieces and replacing them with fresh is part of the same careful attention, teaching hands and eyes to be present to the small, sustaining things that quietly support life. Small tokens, such as folded cloths, knotted ribbons, or pebbles smoothed by the sea, are arranged and rearranged according to habit. These objects are unadorned and chosen for their personal meaning rather than for display. A child's small clay figure may be set beside a neat stick of wood, a ribbon wrapped around a corner of cloth. Each token marks a memory or a promise kept. The family tends these items with the same patient touch as they would tend a garden, trimming, placing, and moving things in response to the steady passage of days. The tokens are not loud in their significance. Their meaning is built slowly through repetition. Hands make brief, repeated gestures that resemble simple language: a nod of the head, a crossing of the arms, a light touch to the forehead, a trimming of the wick. These gestures are not public proclamations, but private ways of aligning body and mind. They are practiced like a slow breathing exercise, calming and regular. The motions have a quality of soft rehearsal, the kind that trains the muscle memory of care. Over time, the gestures become as natural as the motion of washing one's face or setting out a meal. They help to bind the small moments of each day into a gentle continuity. Names are spoken softly, often in the lower register of the voice, as if the sound itself is an offering. The voice is not raised, and the syllables are simple and even. A name may be said when lighting a lamp, when refilling water, or when arranging an offering. The act of naming is an act of remembrance and a way of keeping presence near. It is repeated enough to be familiar and taught to younger members of the household as a soft thread that links people and memory. Saying aloud, without drama, becomes a steady way to honor continuity. Children watch and learn through imitation and quiet repetition. Small hands reach to match the motion of older hands, learning to fold cloth, to pass the bowl, to set the light. The teaching is not formal, but is learned through repeated exposure and gentle correction. A child's early efforts are humored and guided, their fingers steadied, their motions repeated until the gestures settle into calm accuracy. Thus, practice becomes education, and the simple acts of tending the shrine become a part of ordinary upbringing. There is a patience in this learning, a slow shaping rather than a strict instruction. Cleaning the miniature space is an exercise in attention. Dust is brushed away with a soft brush. Objects are lifted and inspected, and delicate cloths are shaken to restore their shape. The motion is careful so as not to disturb the arrangement unnecessarily. Each item is considered and returned with a mindful exactness. The ritual of cleaning is a way of renewing the small center of domestic life, and the motion itself can be quiet meditation. Hands follow a gentle order, beginning at one point and moving systematically until the whole space feels right again. A small ledger or painted token may keep a simple record of events for the household. Notes are minimal, sometimes a mark indicating a day set aside, a string tied to remember a moment, a bead added to a cord to count seasons. These small records are not elaborate histories, but are practical reminders, modest marks that support the household's rhythm. They are consulted privately and updated with the same low-key ceremony as other acts. No formal pronouncements, only the steady maintenance of continuity. Meals that are shared in common often include a moment of brief attention before eating, a brief lift of a hand, a small inhalation, a soft focus on the presence of the table. The action is not long, not ornate, but enough to create a quiet pause between the bustle of preparation and the calm of sharing. It is an acknowledgement that the food has been prepared and that the act of eating is part of being together. These small pauses add a steady rhythm to family life, allowing each meal to be framed by an ordinary reverence that keeps the household centered. Seasons change without sudden fanfare, and the domestic shrine moves gently with the rhythm of the year. A lightweight cloth may be exchanged for a heavier one when cooler weather comes. Objects tied to a season are rotated with calm deliberation. The motion of change is incremental, a few adjustments at a time, so that the household itself adapts as quietly as a tree pruning its leaves. The small acts of replacing or refreshing items correspond to changes in life and weather, and they are performed with steady hands that see time as gradual and manageable. Certain days are marked by slightly longer observances, times when the ordinary sequence is given more attention. The household may set aside a morning to make a careful offering of newly baked bread or to realign the objects in a more exact arrangement. Even these longer moments maintain a slow tempo. Movement is unhurried, measured with a calmness that keeps the day from becoming intense. The extra attention is simply another form of care, a way of reaffirming continuity when seasons or circumstances invite a slight strengthening of routine. Objects that are worn or fragile are repaired in small, precise ways. A cloth is mended with simple running stitches, a ribbon retied, a bead restrung. Repair is an act of preservation, and it follows a gentle, methodical tempo. The intent is not perfection, but functionality in a respectful manner. The process of fixing encourages patience, teaching that small interventions can restore order and beauty without urgency. Repair is thus another form of devotion, quietly tending the household's material memory. Guests who enter the home are often received by the same steady gestures of the shrine. A lamp may be brightened, a small cup of water set near the entrance, a token adjusted to be visible. These actions are discreet and unassuming, signaling hospitality without fanfare. They are part of a calm social grammar that helps visitors sense the values of the household. The gestures become a gentle welcome, reminding both resident and guest of the shared space and the deliberate care that keeps it in balance. Tactile sensations are central to these private acts. The roughness of a woven cloth, the coolness of a ceramic bowl, the subtle weight of a pebble are all small anchors for attention. Hands come to know these textures and respond with precise, measured action. Touch becomes a language of its own, and the repeated contact with familiar surfaces works to steady the mind. In this way, the physical qualities of the objects shape the rhythm of care and create a slow, sensory continuity that underpins memory and calm. Silence is often the companion of these routines. The room holds a quiet that is not empty, but filled with the steady background of low activity. Sounds are small: the whisper of fabric, the soft scrape of a finger along a rim, the faint susurration of oil in a lamp. These subdued noises are part of the ritual's texture, a gentle percussion that underscores the motion of tending. The hush allows attention to settle, and it creates space for the mind to be present without demands. Silence in this context is restful in its steadiness. Long-standing objects carry small marks of their history. A bowl may have a hairline crack that was carefully mended. A cloth might be slightly faded. A figurine may show the soft polish of many hands. These traces are not hidden. They are part of the visible continuity that reassures. The household does not seek to erase time, but to accept it, to maintain things that bear witness to the life they have helped sustain. The subtle wear becomes a gentle testimony to the practice of caring, and it is observed with calm respect. Times of illness or trouble invite slightly slower, more attentive practice. The motions are the same, but they are done with a carefulness that reflects tenderness. The lamp may be tended more frequently, the water refreshed more often, the tokens brought closer to those who are resting. There is no exaggerated drama, only a soft intensification of attention. Such moments reveal the shrine's role as a place of quiet care, an anchor in times when steadiness is needed most. The continuity of these acts helps maintain calm even as conditions demand more presence. Elders in the household often move with an unhurried authority in these practices. Their hands show the learned economy of motion, the small adjustments that keep everything aligned. They pass on the subtle rules of tidiness and proportion without explicit decree, modeling a tempo that younger members adopt. The way elders perform the gestures carries the weight of experience, and their calm manner becomes instructional in itself. Learning through watching, the household absorbs the measured pace that sustains its quiet life. The mental rhythm that accompanies repeated gestures is a soft kind of discipline. Doing the same small actions each day trains attention and steadiness. Over time, routine becomes a subtle shaping of character, a formation of patience that is neither austere nor indulgent. The discipline is gentle and practical, rooted in the household's need for order and reassurance. It asks little and gives the comfort of structure, like a familiar room that one can return to and immediately feel at ease. When members of the household travel or are away, small adjustments are made to represent their presence. A spare token may be added to the shrine, a name quietly spoken, a lamp left burning a little longer. These acts are modest ways of maintaining connection across distance. They affirm that absence does not break the pattern of care, but only slightly alters its practices. The continuity of the small rituals holds relationships steady, making the house a place that preserves the threads of connection despite physical separation. A simple table calendar or a seasonally marked cord may keep track of larger cycles with the same modesty as the daily acts. Dates are not loudly announced, but small knots or marks remind the household of forthcoming shifts. The practice is practical and unobtrusive, offering gentle foresight rather than rigid scheduling. It allows the family to prepare with calm modesty, to make minor changes in time so that transitions happen smoothly and without strain. The slow marking of time helps the household remain steady in its passage through recurring change. The light, in particular, plays many roles. In moments of sleepiness or quiet reflection, the lamp's glow is an invitation to rest. In early day, its steady flame helps focus attention and begin movement with repose. At night, the slow, steady light can bridge the gap between busied waking and the ease of sleep. The lamp's consistency is a measured promise, not a demand. Caring for it becomes a natural part of the household's rhythm, a small ongoing covenant between people and place that sustains calm. The small acts of placing, removing, and rearranging tokens teach a sense of proportion. Nothing is required to be extravagant. Rather, modesty becomes the household's aesthetic. The careful proportioning of light, water, food, and tokens suggests a balance between abundance and restraint. It is a way of holding resources and attention with respect, not scarcity. This sense of proportion is less a rule than a habit, slowly cultivated into a stable way of acting that feels appropriate and peaceful. Repetition softens intensity and deepens familiarity. An act performed many times loses the edge of novelty and becomes a stable background for living. This is not boredom, but a cultivated presence. The quiet repetition invites a kind of restful consciousness, where the mind is free to be present without being taxed. The repeated acts are gentle anchors, each one contributing to the steadiness of a day, the shape of a week, the texture of a life lived with calm attention to small things. Simple songs or phrases may be used in low tones to mark certain moments, not as performance, but as an aid to memory. The melody, if there is one, is plain and slow, the words few and steady. These humble refrains help align breath and action, providing a soft scaffold on which to hang the motion. The familiarity of a repeated phrase reinforces the gesture it accompanies, making the action easier to perform with the mind at ease. Over time, the sound becomes as much a part of the ritual as the touch of hand to object. Minimal variation keeps the practice alive without shifting its calm center. Small changes, such as a new ribbon color or a slightly different bowl, are introduced slowly and incorporated into the existing pattern. The household favors incremental adjustments over sudden innovation. This slow evolution protects the rhythm of care, allowing continuity to coexist with gentle renewal. The result is a tradition that breathes, not a frozen relic, and the pace of change itself becomes a soothing feature of daily life. In the evenings, when the household winds down, the movements are slower and more concentrated. Hands do fewer things, and each motion is made with deliberate slowness. The lamp is tended until the flame is steady and quiet. The water is refreshed for the night, and the tokens are set in their near positions. There is no hurry to finish, only a composed series of acts that allow the household to descend into rest with the grace of a practiced routine. The evening tempo soothes the body and prepares the mind for sleep. Objects are sometimes inscribed with small marks to indicate a remembered day or a quiet decision. The marks are modest and private, not displayed for public admiration, but kept as personal records. They are simple scratches, a tiny notch on a token, a small stitch. These marks gather meaning slowly and become a private chronicle. The practice of inscribing is itself deliberate and unremarked, a way of adding a soft permanence to the ephemeral motion of daily life, a way of naming time without ceremony. Generations overlap through the continuity of these acts. When a younger person takes on the same gestures that an elder performed, a lineage is being lived rather than spoken. The movement of hands, the placement of tokens, the measured tending of light embody a quiet transmission. It is not a formal inheritance of property, but a passing on of a tempo and a care that will steady another household in its own small way. In this way, domestic worship becomes a seam that holds human days together, slowly and gently, without need of loud reminder. They stand in soft light, very still, following the quiet language of birds. A movement in the sky is noted with the same care as a measured breath, a small fact registered, then written down. The movement is not rushed. The wing beat, the direction, the sound of a call are each observed like beads on a string, counted and placed with steady hands. Observation is a patient art, practiced in the slow way of washing a bowl or sweeping a floor, with an unhurried attention that allows small things to appear and take their proper weight. The sky is read as a plain surface that slowly gathers detail. Flight lines become letters, and the pattern of a flock is like a sentence. A single gull or dove makes a mark. Two birds together make another. The way they circle, the way they pass from left to right, the way one calls to another, are all given gentle emphasis. Notes are made in a ledger that receives them without hurry. Each mark is a soft footprint, a modest evidence that will be consulted with calm logic and even hands. Weather is watched in the same tempered manner, with eyes that follow the slow changes of cloud and light. A thin haze in the east, swelling of the low sky, the sudden hush before rain. Each of these is treated as a steady signal, not a dramatic omen. Rain is registered as rain. A sudden gust is noted as gust. The temperature is felt, the air's weight measured against the skin, and the change is recorded with patient repetition. The weather is part of the world's steady breathing, a rhythm that helps to set meaning in small, regular ways. Signs on the ground are treated with a calm curiosity. Footprints in soft earth, the placement of a broken branch, the way smoke curls from a distant hearth, are all small textures to be read. There is no haste in the reading. The practice is one of gentle sorting, of separating what is ordinary from what fits patterns already known. Records are a slow river. Each observation is let fall into it, and over time the river carries a clear sense of what usually happens, and what, if anything, is a slight departure. Their notes are plain and exact. Time and place, the weather, the birds, and the sequence of movements are entered with steady script. The ledger becomes a book of small facts, a repository of repeated motions that, when gathered, form a reliable tapestry. The writing is not ornate. It is a practical form of care, a register kept like a well-swept yard. Each page is a tidy surface where an ordinary day's set of signs can be found again without search or strain. The language used in advisements is formal and even. When magistrates receive a record, the words are calm and measured. No dramatic flourishes are needed. The recommendations come as simple conclusions, drawn from the collection of small facts. They are phrased in ways that fit into the smooth operations of public life. The tone is steady, the terms exact. The advice is meant to fit into a schedule, to nudge plans by small degrees rather than to overturn them. Listening is a practiced habit. The person who watches the sky listens as much as they look. Sound is its own kind of script. The distance of a call, the firmness of a wing stroke, the hush of rain. Each is a syllable in a slow poem. The record keeps all of it, and over seasons the archive becomes a map of tendencies. The slow arch of months takes on shape, and patterns that were invisible in one morning reveal themselves as modest regularities across a year or two. Observation is often communal in its quiet way. A pair will sit together and share the work of watching, one noting a direction, the other confirming a number, a small ceremony of verification. This gentle exchange is more like two people balancing a long plank between them than a debate. The record benefits from mild corroboration, and the slow double-checking is a comfort. It is the human equivalent of two hands checking each other's pulse, a low-key practice of mutual steadiness. There is a simple ritual to the act of making a report. The notes are read aloud in a calm cadence before being entered into an official log. The voice is flat and even, neither high nor low, like the measured falling of water from a small jug. The act of speaking the observations out loud gives them a small solidity, a neatness that helps the listener and the writer both. The spoken ledger and the written ledger together form a steady record that can be trusted in later moments of decision. Maps and charts are used without fanfare. Lines on prepared sheets track the usual routes of the birds and the common corners of a storm. These diagrams are modest in complexity, intended to be read at a glance by someone already at rest with their shapes. They are practical tools, drawn with slow care, and they sit beside the ledger like simple furniture. A plain stool, a bowl, a candle. Their purpose is serviceable, made to support calm choices rather than to inspire surprise. When advising a magistrate, the tone is procedural. The language refers back to the ledger and to the map. It points to the slow weight of recorded patterns. Suggestions are given in small increments. Postpone until the afternoon. Favor a sheltered place. Prepare a modest adjustment to seating. The magistrate's decisions are informed by this steady counsel, which is meant to ease the path of public affairs in the same modest way that a careful gardener might guide the pruning of a vine. There is an aesthetic in the practice that favors repetition and modest refinement. Each observation is a repetition of a simple act, and each act in turn hones the attention of the observer. Over time, the work threads into a quiet expertise that has little need for dramatic language. The body of small records accumulates into a comfortable familiarity, a sense of how things tend to go. This familiarity does not demand certainty. It is content with gradual knowledge and minor corrections. The tools used are plain and durable. A staff for measuring angles, a pair of small counters, a strip of painted wood to mark a direction. These objects are handled slowly, stored carefully, and replaced with mild consideration when worn. The tools are not symbols of power, but implements for steady labor. They sit in the hands as one sits with a warm cup, providing a soft contact that anchors the attention in the task at hand. Notes are compared against older pages, crossing the small distances between entries like a reader turning a familiar page. The comparison is not frantic, but paced, a gentle folding back of memory. Patterns become visible in such moments: the season when certain birds return, the years when a particular wind is more likely, the small cycles that recur like the slow chime of a distant clock. Seeing these repeats brings a sense of orderly time, a soft reassurance of continuity. There is a language for inconclusive signs that is careful and unhurried. Not every sign forms a sentence. Sometimes an observation remains a fragment, a small thing placed in the ledger and allowed to rest. The practice recognizes the legitimacy of uncertainty, and the records are honest about what is known and what remains tentative. This acceptance of partial knowledge is a quiet discipline. It keeps decisions from being rushed and prevents the small noises of the day from being mistaken for firm answers. Protocol is valued as a gentle guide. Each step in an observation, from choosing a place to stand to making the final notation, has an established order. Protocol creates a rhythm that softens the unpredictability of the world. Following it is like following a familiar path down a hill. The way is known, the footing familiar, and the mind can relax into the repetition. The predictability is comforting because it structures attention and helps prevent error. When birds appear, their actions are framed in precise phrases. A single bird crossing a field of view is given a term. Two birds circling is recorded with another. The language is technical in its simplicity, created to remove ambiguity and to bind many small moments into a single, practical vocabulary. This vocabulary is learned slowly, like the sounds of a tune, learned by singing it many times at a low volume until it sits in the bones. Observations of weather are cataloged similarly, with a small set of categories that are easy to recall: a change in cloud height, a cooling of the air, a shift in wind direction. Each has its specific place in the record. The catalog is not exhaustive. It is restrained by design, containing only the measures that are useful for public purposes. This restraint is an intentional calm, a refusal to be distracted by every detail the world offers. The practice encourages patience in waiting for a decisive sign. Rather than forcing interpretations, the observers allow time to show whether an early signal will develop into something steady. Waiting is not idleness. It is a form of attention that permits patterns to emerge without haste. During these waits, the observers sit or remain standing with quiet focus. The rhythm of their breathing, an unobtrusive metronome for contemplation. Record keeping is more than a mere method. It is a kind of domestic care for the common memory. The ledgers hold the small facts of many days and allow a community to speak with one voice about what tends to be. This shared memory is a civic comfort. To consult the ledger is to consult the slow archive of ordinary time, to be grounded by the record in the soft continuity of practice. The calmness of the practice changes the tone of advice. When a magistrate receives a report, the speech is not urgent. It is tempered and modest, offering options rather than mandates, and always leaving room for ordinary adaptation. The language of counsel is built to be integrated into administration, into the daily unfolding of civic life. It respects the routines that already hold a community together and offers a small, measured guidance when needed. There is a gentle formality to the presentation of findings. The observer bows their head, arranges the papers, and speaks the facts with an even cadence. The magistrate listens with a few quiet nods, and the two share a moment of mutual concern for the smooth running of common life. This exchange is more like tending a garden than directing an army. Careful, patient, and mindful of small cycles rather than grand declarations. Over years, the collection of records develops its own steady logic. Patterns that may seem trivial in a single season take on significance when seen across a decade. The ledger becomes a living object in which small repetitions are amplified into habits. This living quality is not loud or urgent. It is a soft layering of knowledge. It yields advice that is conservative in the best sense, favoring continuity, reducing sudden shifts, and enabling slow, deliberate adjustments. Those who practice this work learn to move with an economy of motion. Hands perform only what is necessary, turning a page, sketching a line, smoothing a sheet. The body works in a quiet choreography of small gestures that match the economy of the practice. This minimalism is calming. It conserves mental space for observation and allows the mind to stay open to subtle changes that might otherwise be missed. The measures used are practical rather than symbolic. Angles are read to determine approach, counts are made to record number, timings are taken for duration. Each measure contributes to a clear, modest conclusion. The conclusions are never extravagant. They aim only to clarify how a small change in plan might better preserve ordinary order. This cautious practicality is a form of respect for the steady functions of daily life. The practice rests on an ethic of modest responsibility. Observers accept that their role is to offer careful information, not to impose will. They hold the ledger with a consciousness of duty, understanding that their notes will become part of the public memory and may inform decisions that affect many people. This sense of duty keeps the work quiet and attentive, focused on facts and gentle recommendations. Recorders use a tone that invites calm deliberation. When they write, they do so in hand that aims for clarity rather than flourish. The letters are even and spaced, the layout orderly. This neatness is not vanity. It is a tool for future readers to take in the information with ease. Clear pages support clear thinking, and the simplicity of the record reinforces the ease with which it may be consulted later. The work acknowledges that some things cannot be reduced to clear signs. A strange wind or an unusual pattern in birds may remain ambiguous. In such cases, the ledger holds the ambiguity with quiet fidelity. The observers do not force meaning onto uncertain facts. Instead, they accept ambiguity as part of the steady fabric of the world and record it as such, allowing future days to bring clarification or to show that some things remain softly unresolved. The calendars that guide much of the civic rhythm are used as a steady frame for interpreting signs. Certain seasons and days hold predictable tendencies, and the observers place their notes with an awareness of these cycles. When a bird appears in an unexpected month, the ledger flags the small discrepancy. When weather moves differently from a known pattern, the entry notes it. These small deviations are not dramatized. They are simply placed into the record as facts that may matter slightly in future choices. There is a patient humility in the practice. Observers are aware of the limits of any single moment's perception. They attend to signs without assuming omniscience. In conversation with magistrates, this humility is evident in the tone. Modest phrasing, options presented, and a clear separation between fact and interpretation. Such restraint helps the civic machine to run smoothly by keeping reactions measured and proportionate. The simplicity of tools, the steady methods, and the restrained tone all contribute to a work that is itself a kind of meditation, observing, recording, advising. Each action is performed slowly and repeated over many days. The repetition breeds calm competence. In the small archive of pages and charts, the city finds a gentle anchor for its plans, a way to bend the future only slightly so that the public rhythm may continue with fewer shocks. Officials who consult the records do so in a measured way. They bring the ledger into the decision, but they also consider other factors, logistics, timing, and the human comforts of those affected. The advisor's role is to place the recorded signs into a broader, measured context. This integrated practice keeps the voice of observation as one voice among many, a steady instrument that helps tune public action rather than one that dominates it. In the slow repetition of seasons, the ledger becomes a companion to civic life. Its pages are simple companions, turned with a soft finger, read aloud, and set aside. This companionable quality makes the work gentle. It reduces surprises, clarifies small changes, and helps officials act with a quiet confidence. The archive does not promise certainty. It offers instead the slow accumulation of small facts, which, when gathered, offer a clearer picture than any single observation could. The rhythm of the work carries on in modest cycles. Observers rise with light, take their places, measure, write, and return to other duties. These cycles are neither heroic nor trivial. They are steady, like the regular passing of a season or the patient turning of a millstone. In such rhythms, the city's life finds a soft steadiness, and decisions can be made without being pulled into extremes of panic or rashness. When a new observer joins, they are taught slowly and without fanfare. Their training is a long practice of watching, recording, and listening. They learn the modest vocabulary of movement and cloud, the quiet discipline of the ledger, and the soft tone required when speaking truth to power. This apprenticeship is gentle and patient. It instills a respect for small facts and for the measured pace of civic counsel. The gentle formality of reporting creates a satisfying predictability. Meetings where results are presented have a calm structure. The reading of the ledger, the marking of relevant entries, and a brief, even-toned commentary. This predictability helps reduce the weight of decision-making because it frames advice as a logical extension of careful observation. The structure itself becomes a comfort, a familiar choreography that eases civic burden. Through quiet repetition and careful record-keeping, the practice endures as a soft scaffolding for daily life. It does not demand dramatic moments to prove its worth. Its value is seen in small adjustments, in the avoidance of minor disruptions, and in the steady flow of a community that is guided by modest, well-founded counsel. The ledger remains a repository of ordinary facts, tended with calm hands, always ready to be consulted when small, steady guidance is needed. There is a quiet steadiness to stories that have been told for a long time. They fold like cloth along the same creases, smoothed by repeated hands. Each telling layers a little more order on the shape of things until the outline of a place or a law seems as natural as the curve of a river. In that calm repetition, the mind can rest. The names of people and places become markers on a map of meaning, gentle points that guide small acts and public forms. The stories do not need to shout. They move in soft, measured steps, offering reasons that feel familiar as if the world turns in agreement with the rhythm of the tale. In the slow telling, a foundation is not merely a stone, but a story of how a hand first set it down and why. The memory of that initial act settles into ritual. When people walk the same way into a courtyard or sweep the same path before a shrine, they follow the echo of a narrative. The narrative gives shape to habit, and habit feeds back into memory. The reason for a rule becomes an image of its origin, and the image is enough to carry the rule forward. This gentle loop keeps small certainties stable, and those certainties soothe the mind that seeks the predictable. Rituals take on the tone of the stories that support them. A measured speech, a particular way of pouring, the order of knots in a cloth, all make sense when anchored to a tale. The tale often names the first person who performed the act and explains why such a gesture mattered. In repeating the gesture, the community remembers the cause and renews the effect. The ritual thus becomes both a remembrance and a practical instruction. Its calm repetition allows individuals to participate in something larger than themselves in a silent, orderly fashion. The steadiness of this shared practice has a lulling quality, as if each turn in the right is a practiced breath. Laws, when touched by stories, gain an origin as soft as the sun at dawn. Instead of appearing as a list of commands, they are woven into scenes of foundation and consequence. A myth explains how a boundary was first drawn or how a promise was kept, and this explanation fills the law with a gentle logic. People then follow regulations with the sense that they are enacting a remembered settlement, a subtle continuity with the past. The memory of why a rule exists makes obedience not a burden, but a way to keep the world arranged. In that arrangement, there is comfort, a quiet order that eases the mind. When myths are recited in slow, even cadences, they create a kind of weather for thought. The words fall like fine rain, softening edges and settling dust. Each repetition smooths discrepancies and highlights essentials. Names are spoken in the same tone, and the rhythm of the narrative becomes a familiar pulse. Listeners do not seek novelty, but rather the reassurance of a known shape. The stories thus function as a communal breathing, an inhalation that holds a pattern, and an exhalation that releases any unease into the steady form. The effect is calming, the mind allowed to follow along at its own pace. The images in these tales are simple and durable. A sea is not only water, but a boundary once crossed. A tree is not only wood, but a marker of a promise. A flame is not only heat, but the sign of a first offering. The simplicity matters because it allows the details of life to be connected to large meanings without fuss. The mind is invited to rest in the clarity of an image that explains more than it needs to. In that clarity, actions find their place. A gesture becomes less arbitrary and more like a familiar track worn into soft earth, used because it is the remembered way. Many stories serve as gentle instruction manuals for how to keep time and place. They set the hours of festivals, the sequence of offerings, and the order of meals in public gatherings. Once spoken and agreed upon, these narratives guide the communal clock. People wake and prepare, not because a decree forces them, but because a tale recalls the first preparation and the reason behind it. The slow recounting of that tale provides context and makes the act feel natural. The ritual time that results is orderly and calm, a repetition of a pattern that ties present moments to remembered beginnings. In households and in public places, the same calming logic applies. Myths explain why certain rooms are quiet at morning and why certain meals follow particular prayers. They shape small domestic movements and large civic precepts with equal ease. The peacefulness of these explanations comes from their predictability. A household acts according to the story that taught it to act, and those acts are small anchors in daily life. The quiet sprawl of small gestures across a day forms a steady map of care. The narratives that support these gestures are not loud authorities, but soft guides that point toward continuity. When people tell the same story slowly over generations, variations may appear, but the core remains. The core is often a simple image or moral that ties a practice to a foundation. This stability allows communities to adjust the edges of a custom without losing the sense that they do the same thing their ancestors did. Adjustments are absorbed like small tides, leaving the main channel intact. The mind relaxes in this continuity. There is comfort in knowing that, through small shifts, the essential pattern still holds and will be recognized tomorrow, next month, and long after. Names in these stories act like gentle mnemonics. A name recalls a scene, a shape of action, or a reason for a rule. Repetition of names binds memory to place. When a name is spoken in the same measured way, it invites a listener to picture the original scene and thus to understand the connected practice. The act of naming becomes an act of remembering. That remembrance is quiet and steady, helping individuals to align their daily motions with a story that makes sense of them. The sound itself is a small comfort, familiar and unchanged. Symbols within the tales carry meanings that are simple and diffuse. A certain bird might mean a favorable sign because an ancestor once saw it before a harvest. A particular stone may stand for a promise because it marked the spot where vows were made. Once such symbols are tied to origin stories, they serve as clear signals. People need only notice the symbol to recall the tale and the practice it supports. The simplicity of symbol and story lightens the task of remembering. It is easier to follow a path when a soft marker points the way. The pedagogical aspect of these myths is gentle. They teach without strict commands, showing rather than telling. A story of a founder who acted with care instructs through example. Listeners see how an action unfolded and infer why it mattered. This form of instruction feels less like correction and more like guidance. It allows for internal acceptance instead of imposed compliance. In the slowly recited narrative, the mind can absorb the shape of a good action and carry it forward into its own small decisions. The result is a calm continuity of behavior. Public memory, shaped by repeated stories, helps to keep civic rituals in a quiet order. When a community gathers, the tale offers a shared framework that smooths differences. Participants find common ground in the retelling. The story gives a reason to stand in line, to take a modest portion of food, or to walk a particular route. The pace at which the tale is told matches the pace of the ritual. The storytelling itself becomes part of the public act, a soft undercurrent that steadies the outward forms. The synchronized rhythm of story and action is an untroubled anchor. Each recitation is an opportunity to rehearse a moral geometry. Tales show how certain acts relate to one another, mapping cause to consequence in clear strokes. This mapping helps communities maintain order with less friction. A person does not need a long rule book when the story provides a coherent map. The mind is at ease when it can predict the shape of events, and the stories make those shapes apparent. The steady retelling reduces uncertainty and thus reduces the restless energy that arises from unpredictability. There is a practical tenderness in stories that explain the origins of tools and garments. A myth might recount how a particular fabric came to be used, or why a knife is held in a certain way. When the tale is known, craftsmen and keepers can perform their tasks with an internal logic. They need not consult a manual for every small decision. The remembered story serves as a guide, a calm hand that points without forcing. This quiet guidance creates continuity of practice and reduces the need for constant instruction. Certain narratives make spatial organization feel natural. A street is not merely a practical passage, but the path where an ancestor once walked and left a sign. A temple court is not just stone, but the place where a promise was first witnessed. These narrative frames ease the effort of maintaining order. People care for places that hold stories. The gentle attachment formed in this way helps to preserve structures and routines with soft persistence. Daily upkeep becomes less of a chore and more of a devotion to a remembered scene. The cadence of recitation itself encourages an economy of motion. When a story is long known, ritual gestures follow a measured tempo. Hands move in predictable arcs, offerings are placed with practiced economy, and voices keep a steady tone. The efficiency that grows from this predictability is calming. Tasks are done with minimal fuss and maximum grace. The mind can relax into the rhythm, trusting that each motion belongs to a larger pattern that has been found reliable. Myths also offer a small vocabulary for handling uncertainty. When an unexpected sign appears, a familiar tale provides categories and responses. Whether a storm, a sudden illness, or an unusual animal sighting, the story offers a framework for interpretation. This framework simplifies possible reactions into calm, conventional choices. People therefore respond in ways that have precedent and are socially recognized. The choice to follow a known pattern reduces anxiety and helps the community move as one with a soft, composed step. Telling stories slowly allows emotions to settle into their proper places. A narrative that explains a loss as part of a larger pattern softens grief into acceptance. A tale that gives reason for a sacrifice frames the act as part of a necessary continuity. These gentle reframings do not erase feeling, but place it within a familiar map. The mind, soothed by the known structure, can process difficult feelings in a measured way. This measured processing is a quiet form of healing, where rhythm and repetition act as balm. Repetition also cultivates a sense of belonging without pressure. When a child hears the same simple tales, they learn the contours of community life. They come to recognize the sequence of acts and the meaning behind them. The learning is gradual and unhurried, shaped by patient repetition rather than by sudden instruction. This slow assimilation produces a sense of being at home in the practices of the group. It is a gentle handing down of ways to move through the world. The language of the stories is often lithe and spare. Long, ornate speeches are less common than clear images and steady verbs. This simplicity is intentional. It makes the tale easy to remember and to repeat with the same tone. The brain appreciates such economy. A concise image is easier to keep and more soothing to recall. The result is a narrative that can be invoked with minimal effort, useful in both private and public moments. The soft utility of such language is part of its calming power. The way myths are performed matters as much as their content. A low, even tone, a measured pace, and slight pauses at familiar points create a listening environment that is restful. The performance itself is a ritual of attention. Listeners relax into the rhythm and find their breathing matching the cadence of the tale. In this shared slowing, there is a communal settling. The myth thus functions not only as explanation, but as a practice of calm, teaching listeners how to occupy their bodies and minds with equanimity. Sometimes the same story is told in slightly different versions, depending on place and audience, yet each version aims for clarity rather than spectacle. The differences are small adjustments, like variations in a song performed in the neighboring houses. These neighboring harmonies do not clash. They reinforce the main melody. The slight distinctions allow local needs to be met while preserving the central meaning. In this way, myths are flexible but steady, both rooted and adaptable. That flexibility itself is a gentle comfort. A careful, handed-down narrative can become a ledger of precedent. People consult the story not to find a strict rule, but to remember what was done before and why. Such precedents reduce the need for constant debate. When choices arise, the recalled scene suggests a measured course. The story acts as a repository of common sense that does not demand novelty, but provides reliable guidance. This trust in precedent keeps communal life moving with little friction, like a well-oiled mechanism that turns without strain. Myths often carry small ceremonies within them, tiny acts that are easy to perform and meaningful to recall. Lighting a lamp, placing a piece of bread, or leaving a sprig of herb can all be linked to a larger tale. These small ceremonies are portable and repeatable. They allow individuals to participate in the story at any time. The cumulative effect of many small acts is a persistent web of continuity. The mind appreciates such gentle rituals because they are manageable and consistently reassuring. Over time, the repeated telling of stories builds a pattern of memory that is communal rather than solitary. The shared recollection is stabilizing. When many voices speak the same tale, the story becomes a social fact, a dependable frame for action. This communal memory is maintained not by force, but by the mutual comfort it provides. People keep telling the tale because it serves them, and in serving them, it becomes more deeply woven into daily life. That weaving is slow but strong, a fabric of meaning that supports ordinary existence. The metaphors used in these stories tend to be soft and tactile. Threads, stones, bread, and water appear often because they are familiar and calming. A thread holds two ends together. A stone marks a place, bread shares nourishment, and water connects distant fields. These images make abstract ideas tangible. They allow listeners to feel the connection between narrative and practice with quiet clarity. The tactile metaphors are gentle anchors, easy to grasp in thought and to carry into action. When a myth is recited often, it also becomes a tool for naming and sorting experience. Actions and feelings that might be difficult to classify are placed into the tidy compartments the tale offers. This sorting reduces confusion and helps people act without becoming overwhelmed by possibilities. The myth thus functions like a simple map, showing where familiar landmarks stand. The map is not exhaustive, but is sufficient for everyday travel through social life. That sufficiency is itself calming. As the same stories are passed, a slow refinement occurs. Unnecessary details may fade, and the essential images grow clearer. This process is gentle and gradual, a sifting that leaves what is most usable and quietly discards what is not needed. The result is a core narrative that fits well into practice. The refinement helps ensure that the tale remains practical and soothing. It does not demand attention to trivia, but offers a simple architecture for understanding and action. The presence of steady stories in a community creates a rhythm that outlasts individual lifetimes. People are born into the cadence and learn to move with it. The continuity of story and practice is like a long, slow breathing that holds the community together. There is no pressure in this continuity, only an invitation to align with an established way of being. That invitation is softly persuasive, and many accept it because the pattern offers a peaceful shape to daily life. The act of listening to a well-worn story can itself be a small form of rest. The mind finds comfort in recognition, in the predictable turns and familiar images. There is no need to grasp at novelty. Instead, attention can rest lightly on the known contours of the tale. This restful listening is a quiet participation in a living memory. It allows the listener to feel connected to something wider than a single day, something ongoing that will continue with the same calm rhythm for as long as it is needed. Words in these tales are chosen for balance rather than drama. Sentences are shaped to guide rather than to stir. The overall tone is steady and soft, inviting the mind to slow and settle. In such a space, the logic of practices and laws can be understood without strain. The stories function as gentle explanations, not as sharp arguments. They do not require agitation to be effective. Their effectiveness grows from their unhurried clarity. The slow transmission of myth fosters a patient continuity of knowledge. Craftsmen, priests, magistrates, and families all draw from the same pool of remembered reasons. This shared pool reduces friction in daily affairs because people can assume common references. The ease of communication that results is calming. When expectations are aligned by shared tales, the social body moves with collective composure. That composure is a quiet strength rather than a loud power. The simplest stories are often the most enduring because they fit easily into living practice. They do not demand elaborate retelling or grand performance. A small, clear tale can be carried in a single phrase and recalled at the right moment. This portability makes them useful anchors in a life that moves between domestic tasks and public duties. The ease with which such tales can be invoked is part of their calming power. They are ready companions for thought and action. The practice of repeating these stories slowly, in steady voice and measured tempo, sustains a communal order that is gentle but firm. The stories give reason to acts, and the acts confirm the stories. The cycle is quiet and unhurried, creating a background of meaning against which daily life unfolds. In that background, choices become less fraught because they are held within a remembered shape. The mind, attuned to this soft continuity, can find rest in the familiar pattern of tale and practice. Hands move with a patient rhythm, touching stone and cloth as if following the slow pulse of a long day. The movements are practiced, almost measured, like breath that expands and contracts in even time. Each motion is careful and exact, suited to work that asks for steadiness rather than haste. Fingers trace familiar lines, learning the small places where dust gathers and where threads fray. The air smells faintly of wax and oil, quiet and soft. The light around the figures is steady, neither sharp nor dim, allowing the hands to read surfaces with calm attention, without rush. A brush, chosen for its softness, crosses a statue with repeated, gentle strokes. The bristles find tiny hollows in the surface, lifting fine particles like slow, small waves, taking away a thin layer of time. Hands guide bristles with a steady intent, never hurried, always deliberate. The motion itself becomes a quiet ceremony, attentive and unremarked. The statue's eyes, carved or cast long before, receive that attention as a slow ritual. The dust yields gradually, and the stone becomes a clearer mirror of form, reflecting the respectful care given it without demand or flourish. Polishing bronze is a patient conversation between metal and cloth, oil and time. A soft rag moves in even circles, coaxing out a mild sheen from the cool surface. The cadence of that motion is steady, like a heartbeat, and the attendant listens to the small sound of rubbing, to the scent of oils warmed by contact. Tiny imperfections are noted without urgency. Abrasions that once worried a fancy are addressed slowly, as if the metal's memory can be eased by gentle persistence. The act is not about transformation in an instant, but about gradual improvement over many calm passes. Garments are laid out with careful hands on a wooden table, smoothed and folded as if arranging pages in a slow book. The fabrics are simple, linen and wool, each fiber tending toward a soft, functional beauty. Threads that have begun to loosen are found and mended with a calm needle that stitches in small, even loops. The pattern of repair follows a repeated logic, and each stitch echoes the steadiness of the person who makes it. There is no hurry. Each patch is a quiet promise of continued service, a small repair that keeps continuity, like a slow river that keeps its banks intact through seasons. The smell of beeswax and warm oil comes when candles are attended to, when holders are wiped and their metal surfaces made free of soot. The hands that do this work move in precise, measured passes, removing residue and building up gentle layers of wax that protect and preserve. There is a method to this attention, an old familiarity that guides each pass. The flames that later sit in those holders will be patient companions to ceremonies. But now the preparation is intimate and calm, a slow readiness that trusts the ordinary act to carry its own quiet dignity. Small inscriptions are studied as part of maintenance, tiny letters that record names or dates on the bases of figures or altars. These markings are read with a soft focus, their edges smoothed by time. When letters need gentle cleaning, soft tools trace them, removing grime that settles into grooves. The work is meticulous and steady, a slow uncovering of words that anchor objects to memory. It is done with a respect for the past and its delicate traces, a careful unwrapping that reveals but does not hurry, that lets meaning come forward in a measured way. Soft linen pouches hold spare threads and small tools, organized into neat rows like low, slow waves. Each item is counted and placed with calm assurance, a steady habit that reduces the unknown to a predictable arrangement. There is something reassuring in such order, a sense that the small implements will be present when needed. Shelves of spools and boxes of pins sit quietly, their arrangement a gentle discipline. The rhythm of arranging, counting, and replacing is soothing, like a repeated line in a poem that comforts by its reliability alone. Ritual objects, bowls and ladles, are rinsed with water that moves cool and steady over hands. The water itself is a soft presence, making contact with metal and clay, and then drawing away, carrying with it the traces that have accumulated. Hands shape the flow into small currents, careful to clear rims and hollows. After washing, the objects are set on cloths to dry, with space kept between them so that each can rest. The process is unhurried and clean, like a quiet breathing out that releases what is no longer needed and leaves behind a patient readiness. Textiles hang to air after mending, the folds falling into their own calm patterns. Sunlight touches them in a slow sweep, not sharp but diffuse, highlighting threads and patterns in a gentle way. The weaving of fabric is admired in a soft, quiet manner, each thread acknowledged for its place within the whole. Repairs blend into original cloth with modest skill, not to hide, but to continue. The rhythm of returning garments to use is steady and reassuring. Each replacement or stitch keeps a continuity that does not call attention to itself, but simply carries customs forward. Inventory lists are written in small, careful script, the letters spaced evenly like a measured rhythm. The ink dries slowly as names of items and their conditions are recorded in a calm ledger. These lists are not dramatic declarations, but quiet notes that allow people to remember and plan. Pages are turned with a soft sound, and numbers are ticked gently. The act of noting is a deliberate anchoring, a way to slow the passing of things into records that will be available again and again. Each entry a simple marker in a slow flow of time. Seasonal changes bring a predictable cycle of care, and this steadiness is comforting. Garments are swapped for warmer linens when the air cools, and lighter cloths are prepared when warmth returns. Statues that wear floral garlands see those garlands replaced in due course, not in sudden abundance, but in thoughtful alignment with the seasons. The rhythm of change is slow and regular, like waves that come and go with a patient precision. The attendants adjust with calm acceptance, knowing each shift is part of a larger steady pattern. When a thread is too thin, a small patch is cut and carefully applied, matching weave and color as closely as possible. The person who mends does so with a quiet eye for harmony rather than for perfection. The patch is an addition that joins rather than erases the history of the cloth. There is a mindful appreciation of continuity in this act, a sense that the fabric holds a life of its own and that intervention should be respectful. The work is slow and gentle, and the motions are repeated until the join feels natural and unforced. Small chisels may be used to shape a thin flake of stone that has begun to loosen, but the touch is cautious and mild. The artisan trims edges with small, precise movements, avoiding any sudden force. The goal is not to remake, but to stabilize, to keep the form safe and legible. The stone is treated like a patient friend, its fissures explored with a calm hand, not pushed beyond what it can bear. Each small correction is a quiet act of stewardship, a way of sustaining form without altering its character. Threads of gold and silver that decorate garments are attended to slowly, their shine preserved with light cloth and occasional careful smoothing. Precious metals require delicate handling, and hands perform their tasks with a gentle restraint. Any loose thread or modest dent is corrected using simple, steady techniques that have been passed along by practice. The work honors both value and humility, tending to beauty without ostentation. The small gleam that returns to a sleeve or hem becomes a soft reassurance, a subtle mark of attention that does not shout but quietly affirms care. Ladders are used with measured steps when higher shelves need tending, and each ascent is deliberate. The attendant places feet carefully, balancing as if in a slow dance, moving within a space made familiar by repetition. High shelves hold boxes of seasonal garlands, spare candles, and folded textiles. Each item is retrieved with a calm deliberation, then lowered and set down gently on the table. The motion of climbing and descending is rhythmic and unhurried, a practical ballet that keeps the work steady and the mind quiet. Small eruptions of mildew or mold are met with soft solutions, gentle brushes, and vinegar rinses, applied consistently until the affected area is clean. There is no alarm in these responses, only an accepted necessity to act with care and patience. The cleaning is methodical, a slow removal of what would otherwise spread, and it leaves behind an ordered cleanliness that soothes as much as it prevents. The process is like clearing leaves from a path so that walking remains easy, simple, and clear. Sacred cords and knots are checked for wear and reknotted with consideration for tradition and durability. Each knot has a place and a reason, and the hands that redo them do so with a calm respect for that meaning. The motion of tying is repetitive and steady, an exercise in patience that feels meditative. Knots are tightened to the right measure, never overdone, never loose, settled into a comfortable balance. In that balance, there is trust that the cords will hold through the rituals ahead, quietly fulfilling their purpose. Small vessels used for libations are set in gentle order, their edges lined and their hollows clean. The sequence of their arrangement is balanced and harmonious, placed with a calm sense of symmetry. When one is slightly uneven, it is adjusted with a delicate touch so that the row reads as a single, peaceful line. The presence of these vessels, ready and waiting, creates a subtle reassurance that rituals can proceed in a steady, predictable way. The attendants prefer this quiet readiness to any last-minute flurry. When incense burners are emptied, the ash is gathered and respectfully removed. The remaining residue is cleared with soft brushes, and then the internal surfaces are smoothed. Replacements of incense resins are measured in small scoops, each portion weighed by a practiced eye. The aroma prepared for later ceremonies is mixed in mild proportions, intended to be gentle and not overwhelming. The very act of measuring scent is subdued and careful, an exercise in restraint that anticipates a calm atmosphere rather than a strong statement. Leather straps and fastenings are oiled in small amounts to keep them supple. The person applying oil uses a soft cloth and a slow hand, spreading a thin film that darkens slightly and protects. There is an understanding that too much is as unhelpful as too little, so the balance is achieved through steady practice. The leather settles into its renewed state with a quiet dignity, ready again to hold what it must hold. This measured maintenance is unflashy and reliable, like a soft, consistent presence that keeps things functioning. Lofty niches and small alcoves are dusted with long-handled tools that move in calm arcs. The sweep of the dusting is wide and even, a slow clearing that lets space breathe again. The attendant watches the flow of particulates settle and then lifts them away, breathing in rhythm with the motion. Each sweep is intentional, and the space is returned to a state of simple cleanliness. The act itself is almost contemplative, aligning body and task in a steady exchange between touch and effect. Cloth wraps for statues are changed with a gentle ceremony of practical care, layers removed and replaced slowly. The new wraps are smoothed and tucked with a respectful touch, ensuring they fall in a natural manner over form. The old fabrics are folded and stored or mended for future use, never discarded without thought. Each fold is neat, each tuck considered, and the resulting drape is understated and proper. This slow attention to how cloth rests over form brings a sense of calm continuity and careful stewardship. Small repairs to braided ropes are made with patient fingers, reweaving strands to restore strength. The braided pattern is followed with steady eyes, the motion of threading and crossing repeated until the join feels solid. This reweaving is a slow, tactile meditation on continuity. One strand to another, one day to the next. The repaired rope returns to its place, unnoticed perhaps by those who come later, but quietly essential when needed. The care taken in these small acts is a steady assurance that the necessary ties will hold. Wooden surfaces are gently oiled and rubbed to restore a soft warmth to their touch. The grain of the wood is acknowledged by the hand, following lines that have formed over years. Oils are applied sparingly, the motion slow and admiring rather than aggressive. The wood absorbs the ministrations with a gradual change, becoming more receptive and pleasant to touch. The process is a patient conversation with material, a soft negotiation that improves feel and appearance without forcing transformation. Small stone chips are documented before repair, their locations noted in clear, calm script. This recording is part of a patient history, a way to keep sight of changes over time. When repairs are made, they are done in small steps, matching color and texture as much as possible without erasing the trace of age. The final repair sits quietly within the whole, neither hidden nor highlighted, a modest completion that preserves continuity. The documentation remains as a companion, a slow ledger of care that can be revisited with steady curiosity. When fabric borders lose their color, gentle dyeing restores a muted hue rather than a bright note. Natural dyes are chosen for their soft shades and their slow acceptance into the fibers. The immersion is measured, watched like a slow sunrise, until the desired tone settles. The cloth is rinsed and hung to dry in a diffuse light, not in stark brightness, which allows the new color to set evenly. The result is subtle and fitting, a continuity of shade that does not demand attention, but reassures with calm consistency. Tiny bells and metal adornments are checked for secure attachment with patient fingers. When a bell is loose, the clasp is realigned and fastened with steady hands. The sound is not meant to be loud, but clear, a small, even note in the stillness. Calibration is gentle, ensuring that the metal parts move without clashing. The attendant listens for a rightness in the tone, a balanced small chime that will not startle. The attention to sound is as calm as the attention to sight and touch, completing a quiet sense of harmony. Small repairs to embroidered patterns are done stitch by stitch, following the original motif with quiet reverence. The needle enters and exits the cloth in a smooth, repetitive rhythm that soothes as it restores. Colors are matched carefully, chosen to be discreetly faithful to what came before. The embroidery is not made new in a way that erases its past. Rather, it is carried forward, stitch by stitch, a slow preservation of the pattern's life. The work is meditative, each loop of thread a soft affirmation of continuity. Ceramic vessels are inspected for hairline cracks and, when needed, supported with internal fills that are done with careful, unobtrusive technique. The goal is to preserve function and form without overworking the object. Repairs are applied with calm intent, smoothing joints so they do not distract from the object's quiet presence. The vessel returns to its place, among others, steady and whole again. The repair becomes part of the vessel's continuing story, accepted and unremarked by the steady hands that maintain it. When feathers are used for decoration, they are aligned again with a delicate touch, smoothing and separating strands to restore their natural fall. The attendant handles them with clean fingers, aware that such light materials need a balanced, gentle approach. Loose bits are trimmed, and the plume is set at an angle that complements form and does not dominate. The care given is subtle and respectful of the feather's fragility, an attentive preservation of beauty that remains soft and unassuming. Long, slow lists of routine tasks are read from ledgers and acted upon one by one, like walking along a familiar path. Each task is small and specific, and the person performing them moves with calm deliberation from one to the next. The cadence of work brings clarity. One thing finished, then another, each completed with careful attention. There is no rush to finish the list in haste, for the value lies in the steady completion of tasks that maintain the flow of care over time. When ornamental inlays on altars show gaps, small pieces of matching stone or shell are inlaid with a slow hand. The setting is done with precise, tiny movements that ensure the new pieces sit flush and harmonious. The artisan compares textures and colors softly, adjusting until the addition blends with respect and subtlety. Each inlay is not an effort to hide age, but an attempt to maintain wholeness, so that the whole surface continues to read as a calm and coherent presence. Loose beads and small decorations are restrung with care, each bead sliding onto the thread smoothly as if finding its rightful place. The stringing is methodical, and knots are small and secure, buried neatly so nothing juts or catches. The reconstructed garland or necklace falls naturally when set down, its weight balanced and its rhythm even. The process is a quiet repair of form and function, returning pieces to a gentle usability that will serve in future observances. Small wooden pegs and pins that hold pieces together are replaced when needed, selected with an eye for grain and fit. Each insertion is slow and precise, avoiding any force that might split or stress the surrounding material. The hand monitors each tap or press, stopping when the peg sits as it should. These tiny anchor points are humble but essential, providing quiet, structural support that enables the daily flow of use without fanfare. Lantern glass is cleaned with soft, lint-free cloths until light passes through evenly, casting calm pools of glow when lit. The cleaning is thorough but gentle, removing smudges and residues that obscure clarity. After cleaning, panes are checked for small chips, and, if necessary, replaced with a matching glass cut with steady hands. Light moves differently through cleaned glass, softer and more diffuse, and the work of preparing these panes is a patient act that allows future light to be steady and warm. Records of repairs and replacements are kept not with grand embellishment, but with clear, simple entries that note date, item, and action. The ledger grows slowly, a steady accumulation of small acts of care. Each entry is a quiet acknowledgement that something was tended to and can be referred to again. This record keeping is part of a calm system of maintenance that does not seek attention, but instead offers a reliable memory for those who will come later to continue the quiet work. Candles are measured in length before being trimmed or replaced, and wicks are adjusted so flames will burn evenly. The attendant eyes the wick and the candle's form with a practiced calm, trimming as needed to avoid flickering or uneven melt. Replacements are chosen for steady burn, not for flash, ensuring that the light they provide will be consistent and gentle. This simple preparedness produces an atmosphere of calm assurance when evening ritual arrives. When paint on a decorative surface flakes, very small retouchings are applied with soft brushes and diluted pigment that blends with old strokes. The aim is always harmony rather than bright renewal. The artisan slows their pace, letting the pigment dry between passes, observing how the new integrates with the old. These careful corrections keep surfaces coherent and soothing, avoiding abrupt contrasts. The patient approach respects original intent and age, maintaining beauty in a measured and calm way. Small tools are cleaned and oiled after each use, their edges checked and handles smoothed so they remain comfortable in hand. This attention to the instruments of care is practical and gentle. Tools that are well kept require less force and cause fewer errors. The act of maintaining tools is a quiet investment in the future rhythm of work, ensuring that when hands reach for implements again, they will find them ready and familiar. Fresh bundles of straw or fiber used in packing or support are measured and prepared in batches, each tied with a simple knot and labeled for storage. The preparation is orderly and even, done in a steady sequence that feels almost meditative. These bundles will later serve as soft cradles or as filler to protect delicate pieces. The work of making them is small and repetitive, and in its repetition, there is a peaceful assurance that the necessary supports will exist when needed. When cords and strings show discoloration, gentle washes restore a neutral tone without damaging fibers. The washing is done with mild soap and careful rinsing, and drying is slow, and even so, threads do not stretch. The attendant watches the cloth as it dries, ensuring that the shape remains close to the original. This attention to the fiber's health keeps the materials reliable and predictable, ready to perform their roles without fail. Relays of simple instructions are passed between attendants in soft voices or written notes, precise and brief. These communications keep everyone aligned without stirring urgency, creating a calm continuity of care. Each message is a small link in a chain of practice, a quiet instruction that supports predictable action. The manner of passing information is gentle and unobtrusive, suited to spaces that value steadiness and measured work. Spares of small decorative elements are kept in labeled boxes, arranged by type and size, so retrieval is easy and mindful. The neat order of these boxes reduces the need for searching and the slight agitation that comes with it. When a replacement is needed, the correct piece is selected and fitted with calm accuracy. The box's contents rest in readiness like reserves kept in a quiet pantry, available but not taken for granted. Simple tests are performed on repaired objects to ensure they meet modest standards of steadiness rather than spectacle. A small placed weight checks balance, a soft touch confirms stability, and a measured breath ensures no loose fragments will drift away. These soft assessments are unhurried and gentle, more like a personal check-in than an inspection. The results guide further subtle corrections until the object is composed and stable. When seasonal garments are stored, they are wrapped in clean cloth and placed in dry, cool spaces to minimize wear. Labels are sewn on or tied to keep identifications easy for later. The act of wrapping is calm and methodical, each fold made with care. Stored items rest in ordered silence, a quiet trust that when they are needed again, they will be intact and ready. Preservation is practiced with a patient hand, a slow fidelity to practical longevity. Frames and mounts that support objects are tightened with small adjustments, ensuring that pieces sit straight and secure. The motion of tightening is careful, with the attendant feeling for even tension, so nothing is strained. The aim is simple balance and longevity, rather than obvious perfection. These small adjustments make display stable and unobtrusive, giving a steady presence to objects that will be noticed only by the peace they allow in the space. Small touches of scent are prepared in delicate measures, sachets filled and placed where textiles are stored, so that moths and thyme have less effect. The chosen herbs and resins are mild and pleasant, not overpowering, designed to be a subtle safeguard. Preparing these sachets is a quiet ritual of practicality, putting a small, fragrant boundary around stored materials. The soft aroma becomes part of the environment, steady and comforting in its restraint. When a delicate item needs a new box, simple carpentry produces a modest container lined with soft cloth. The construction is neat and minimal, avoiding ornamentation that would distract from the object's nature. Angles are checked and edges smoothed, creating a secure home that will protect contents without competing for attention. The new box rests quietly among others, a faithful shelter that serves the measured needs of preservation and service. Routine checks of weight-bearing elements are done with slow, attentive care, ensuring supports remain capable of their quiet tasks. The attendant places small loads and observes how structures respond, intervening when a slight slackness appears. Corrections are applied easily, reinforcing stability without dramatic alteration. This attention to steady support minimizes surprises and fosters a calm confidence in the ongoing use of space and objects. Fine filigree and delicate joins in metalwork are cleaned with mild solutions and small brushes, each delicate pattern treated with a soft touch. The cleaning clears tarnish and reveals the gentle intricacy of work without trying to make it new. The hands that clean follow the filigree, as if tracing a map, patient and thorough in their own unhurried way. The result is subtle clarity, a return to a soft brightness that fits the object's quiet dignity. Soft, slow conversations sometimes accompany the work, measured and low, exchanging practical notes and gentle observations. These exchanges are part of the rhythm, a conversational backdrop that supports focus rather than distracts. Voices are even and unexcited, sharing knowledge that helps the next task proceed with surety. The small talk is like a breath between actions, keeping people connected and the work moving in a steady manner. Simple labeling and tagging of items is done in modest handwriting, each tag attached with a small loop of thread or a soft tie. The labels are unobtrusive and clear, meant to serve memory and ease rather than to proclaim importance. They act as markers in the flow of maintenance, quiet guides for later hands. The writing is calm and consistent, a soft map of care that makes future action gentle and straightforward. When an object's balance needs subtle correction, tiny weights are added or removed until the form rests as intended. The adjustments are incremental and careful, felt more than loudly tested. The hand senses when balance is achieved and allows the work to stop. This attention to equilibrium is a humble act that keeps forms steady and behaviors predictable, ensuring that objects fulfill their roles with quiet assurance. Small repairs to woven baskets are made by reweaving loose ends, the fingers moving in an unhurried sequence that restores structure. The weave is followed and continued with care, the pattern reasserted so the basket can hold weight once more. The rhythm of weaving is calming, each pass of material through space an act of modest repair. The basket returns to service with a simplicity that values usefulness above show. When a patina is considered valuable, cleaning is restrained so that the aged surface remains readable and dignified. Hands abstain from excessive polishing, preferring a light touch that preserves history as much as function. The choice to leave a soft layer of age is deliberate, a respect for the passage of time that has settled into objects. This restraint is itself a form of care, recognizing that not all changes should be reversed, and that continuity includes the marks of years. Simple, slow routines are repeated day after day, each small act contributing to a broader pattern of upkeep. The repetition is not monotonous in a heavy way, but soothing in its predictability. Like a repeated stanza in a lullaby, the hands become familiar with the cadence. The mind settles into steady attention, and the space is kept in a calm, orderly state. Over time, these routines become a quiet language of care that assures the future will be served with the same gentle diligence. The work is always done with an awareness of restraint, avoiding excess and honoring modesty. Repairs aim to preserve rather than to embellish, to maintain rather than to remake. This approach fosters a continuity that is calm and dependable, a slow fidelity to the things that matter in ordinary ways. Each small act of maintenance is an unassuming devotion, a steady practice that sustains forms and fabrics with quiet respect, and patient hands that keep on tending. The small marks of a quill on parchment feel like soft footsteps along a familiar path. Each entry is a quiet promise to the next day. Ink settles into fibers the way memory settles into bone. Hands that turn the pages move with a practiced, measured patience. The ledger breathes in slow turns. Dates align in neat columns. Little corrections are made with care. A margin note, a tiny scratch of pencil, a dab of fresh wax over a worn seal. Everything that must be kept is recorded. The record itself becomes a companion that remembers the rhythm of small tasks and the cadence of slow change. Time in these records is not sudden. It unrolls like a long ribbon, folded and refolded, tucked into a drawer. Each folding is gentle. Each fold shows the faint line of many brief repetitions. The calendar is made of repeated acts, and the axe are steady hands at work. Changes arrive like soft weather, a new measurement here, a slight adjustment in the order of incense there, an alternative for a citron in a particular season. Nothing leaps. Everything slips into place and is noted with the same attention as lighting the lamp. The pages collect small decisions in quiet ink. A clerk notes that a particular dye holds its color a little longer this year. A priest marks that a hymn is sung with a slightly slower tempo when the days are heavy. Notations are practical and modest. They are not declarations, but gentle observations. When a repair is needed, the date is entered. When a bowl is replaced, the craftsman's name is written beside the purchase. These modest details keep the continuity steady. They are the soft scaffolding that supports ritual life across years and households. Generations pass like the slow turning of a large wheel. Each turn leaves a faint groove. The grooves guide hands that come later. A young attendant learns to fold a towel the same way an elder had. A new voice learns the cadence of a chant shaped by many voices before. These lessons are not hurried. They are patient repetitions, taught with calm demonstration. The apprentice copies the motion, then the breath, then the timing. Small corrections come with a gentle touch. In this way, the movement of the past is carried into the present, and the present becomes the material for the future. Objects wear in the soft way of things that are used with care. A statue's nose might be slightly smoothed from the passing of so many hands, arranged in thought. A bronze bowl will show the faint matting of repeated polishing. Thread will thin in a particular seam of a garment that is always adjusted before a public ritual. These signs are not flaws, but records of attention. Craftsmen value these marks for what they tell about regularity and devotion. When a replacement is made, it is chosen to fit the history of use, not to erase it, but to continue the pattern. Ledgers are written in ink that refuses to hurry. The strokes bend toward clarity and steadiness. Clerks line the names of offerings with a patient hand. They list the quantity, the donor's household, the day, and the intended moment. Even small gifts are counted with care because they matter to the quiet architecture of daily life. The discipline of counting is a way to acknowledge continuity. Counting is a soft ritual in itself. To record is to promise. The book that holds these notes is treated as if it also keeps breath, and so it is handled with a light reverence. Calendars are not only grids of days, they are maps of memory. Certain weeks hold the taste of slow bread, the warmth of a particular stew, the scent of a favored herb. The calendar folds these tastes and scents into its lines. It tells when to set a lamp earlier in the year and when to move the altar cloth for an extra sweep. The order of days becomes familiar as a daily breath. People come to know not only the dates, but the feeling of the time between them. This familiarity is a quiet comfort that flows into ordinary movement and gives it a measured meaning. Adjustment is gentle and almost reluctant. When a law changes or a minor reform is issued, it is received with the same careful study that other duties receive. Officials consult ledgers and calendar lists, running a think of thumb along the margin of a known entry. They read aloud to confirm the fit of a change, testing it in the mouth as if tasting bread. If the alteration seems smooth, it is tried in practice on a quiet morning. If it stumbles, it is set aside and reconsidered. Reforms that last are those that can be learned by the slow rhythm of ordinary hands and lives. Training is composed of soft repetitions that prefer steadiness to novelty. A teacher gives the same example many times. Students respond with measured attempts. There is no rush to master every nuance, only an appreciation for accuracy and care. The teacher's corrections are mild, often a little demonstration, more than a rebuke. The student watches the gentle movement and then imitates it with the patience of someone making a small act of respect. Over time, what was once learned becomes a muscle memory, a reliable motion in the quiet hours when few people watch. Seasons arrive with their own set of small tasks: washing linens, airing garments, rebalancing the ashes of a hearth. Each season brings an adjusted rhythm rather than a revolution. A sun-bleached robe may need a lighter dye in summer. A heavier oil may be chosen for lamps when nights are colder. These choices fit into lists that are consulted every year. The lists guide hands to act similarly each cycle. They are not rigid orders, but soft instructions that honor comfort, practicality, and the memory of what has worked before. The voice of a recited name has a particular steadiness. When a name is intoned, it moves through the breath in a practiced way. The cadence may have subtle variations between neighborhoods, but the core remains unchanged. Saying the name is a bridge. It is an act that connects present attention to remembered intention. People take care with pronunciation, not out of fear, but out of a quiet desire to keep the sound gentle and true. The repeated sound becomes a thread running through many lifetimes, unbroken and calm. When a tool is mended, the craftsman writes the date and method in a small note. This is not a declaration, but a record for the next hand that will use the tool. A needle might be reinforced with a small wrap of thread. A handle may be reshaped to suit a different grip. These little amendments are pragmatic kindnesses that make work smoother for another person. Recording the change is both a practical act and a small courtesy. It allows a future user to understand the care that went into making the tool ready again. Statutes and lists are kept in low-lit rooms where the air is cool and slow. They are stored in cases that smell faintly of oil and resin. The placing of each volume is deliberate. People learn where a particular register lives by touch and sight. They do not hurry when they seek a page. The finding of an entry is a careful unrolling of memory. Each book is a quiet neighborhood where past hands live in inked lines. Browsing these volumes is like walking down a familiar corridor, each doorway labeled with a quiet certainty. Minor adjustments often come from a practical necessity. A district may find a particular grain scarce for a season. A substitution is considered and then tried quietly. If the substitution performs well, it becomes an alternative choice and is entered into the register. Over years, a list grows of acceptable variants. This diversity becomes part of the tradition's strength. Flexibility is recognized as a different kind of continuity. It allows life to continue steadily in the face of small scarcities or shifting tastes. Ritual garments bear the marks of years in gentle ways. A hem becomes softer where hands frequently fold it. Fabric repairs are made with patient stitches that echo the original style. New thread is chosen to match the old, not to erase memory, but to maintain it. Each repair is documented in a small ledger, and sometimes a simple note in the seam records who made the mending and when. These quiet acknowledgments are small acts of care for objects that are used in common life and that bear the imprint of regular attention. The tone of leadership in these places tends toward quiet continuity. Decisions are often made by consultation and small votes rather than by sudden commands. Leaders listen more than they speak, and their speech is measured. They prefer to let practices adapt slowly rather than imposing abrupt change. Their authority is practical and earned in the patient administration of daily details. This approach makes for stability. It also creates a space where habits can shift slowly without being jarring to people who rely on steady routines. Music in daily observance is measured in small variations. A melody is learned slowly, and slight alterations are accepted as part of living tradition. A flute may play a breathier tone when the air is damp. A chorus may sing with a softer dynamic when the congregation is sparse. These choices are not innovations so much as responses to the environment. They are noted in casual comments, perhaps jotted down in a margin as a memory of a particular evening. Over time, these small variations may be woven into the standard practice with a gentle hand. Food offerings follow a kind of slow fidelity. The same simple recipes return each season. When new ingredients appear, they are tried in a measured way. A household might note how a different herb blends with an old grain. If the combination is agreeable, someone writes the note in a small book kept for culinary experiments. These books are practical and intimate. They record what worked for the palate and what kept well in storage. Each entry is a small negotiation between conservation and novelty, and the result is a table that tastes like many winters. Weather is treated as a steady teacher. The record keepers note storms and calm days alike, not with drama, but as matters that affect routine. A particularly rainy week will lead to advising extra care with certain items. A dry period will prompt a note about conservation. These observations are woven into the calendars as small advisories. People read them with a pragmatic eye. They do not change the essential order, but they invite a slight shift in preparation. This subtlety keeps life adaptable and gentle. Children learn the slow ways by watching more than by being told. They mimic the folding of cloth, the lighting of a lamp, the careful approach to a statue. Their imitation is a kind of soft rehearsal. Older members correct with light language and demonstration. Over time, the child's small mimicry becomes a confident movement. Then the child herself may make a minor improvement, which is observed and recorded as a useful variation. In this way, the continuity is not sterile, but alive. It allows the young to inherit a practiced way and to add their quiet touch. Written notes sometimes outlive the hand that wrote them. A small correction in the margin might show the style of a clerk long gone. Later readers interpret the tiny flourishes as friendly marks from a familiar neighbor in time. These traces humanize the ledgers. They are gentle reminders that records are made by people who thought carefully and lived quietly. The pale ink and fading edges are part of the book's warmth. They make the volume less like a machine and more like a room where conversations happened over slow afternoons. When a ritual item reaches the end of its practical life, it is retired thoughtfully. A bowl is not discarded abruptly. It is cleaned and wrapped and given a small ceremony of removal. The act is recorded with a brief entry, noting why the piece was set aside and what will replace it. Sometimes an old item is repurposed into a new form that continues its usefulness in another task. The act of retiring is gentle and respectful. It acknowledges the object's service and allows the community to adjust without sharp laws. Small reforms are often piloted before adoption: a new hymn, a revised sequence, an alternative ingredient. They are tried on quiet mornings when the audience is small. Observers take note not to judge harshly, but to see whether the new element fits the rhythm of practice. If it integrates smoothly, it may be added to the list. If not, it may be set aside and perhaps revisited years later with fresh perspective. This patient testing prevents abrupt shocks and honors the slow, steady continuity that people rely upon. Accounts and inventories are reconciled in a soft, methodical manner. Numbers are tallied, and discrepancies are treated as puzzles to be solved rather than crises. A small mismatch will prompt a calm review of the day's movements. Clerks trace back to the original entry and compare the written tally to what was physically present. These reconciliation practices are opportunities to teach accuracy. They reinforce the habit of gentle attention to detail that carries through many aspects of daily life. Language itself shifts at a measured pace. A particular phrase may acquire a slightly different nuance over decades. Older words persist in marginal notes and formal recitations, but everyday speech adapts gradually. Speakers allow the slow drift of expression while keeping the formal terms intact for certain moments. This duality supports continuity and responsiveness. It keeps the practice available to people who use new words, while preserving an anchoring vocabulary for ritual speech. Practical economy shapes many choices. When a particular material becomes expensive, communities find alternatives and note them in budgets and lists. These adjustments are pragmatic and unhurried. They are not dramatic rethinking, but steady adaptations that balance reverence with resourcefulness. Leaders consult artisans and householders, and the resulting choices are tested and sometimes adopted. The ledger records these changes with neutral clarity, as if the book itself were simply reflecting the slow technicalities of daily life. Memory is carried in both voice and text. Some things are only ever spoken and passed along in the sound of a practiced sentence. Others are placed in writing for the sake of accuracy. The combination of spoken repetition and written note makes the tradition resilient. If one mode falters, the other still holds. When voices are soft, books remain as patient witnesses. When books gather dust, voices can bring instructions back to life. Both modes are treated as parts of the same steady household, each one attentive to the other. The pace of decision-making values consultation and the lived experience of the community. Leaders seek the counsel of those who handle things daily. A supervisor asks who has mended garments most often, who has tended the lamps, who has counts that match the rhythm of offerings. These conversations are practical and slow. They respect the quiet knowledge embedded in routine practices. Decisions informed by this experience tend to be modest in scope, but durable in effect. Record keeping sometimes includes small narratives. A brief sentence about a particular offering may note why it mattered that year. These little phrases give life to otherwise dry entries. They anchor numbers to scenes and voices. A clerk's aside about the weather that morning, or an elderly donor's whispered request, creates texture in the ledger. Readers in later times find these notes like soft footprints in the margins. They open a window to the quiet human moments that lie behind the tidy columns. Renewal is gradual and often collaborative. When a new textile is commissioned, craftsmen consult with caretakers and users. Decisions about color, weight, and ornament are made with many small conversations. The resulting garment fits the ongoing practice because many hands have shaped it. The act of commissioning itself is often an opportunity for shared attention, a way for the community to come together around a practical choice. This collaborative process supports continuity because it ties new objects to multiple experienced perspectives. Small changes are folded into habit through repetition and record. A slight adjustment to a process is tested, refined, and recorded. Over time, that alteration may feel as settled as older practices. The ledger and the calendar are partners in this process. The written lines give guidance, and daily action confirms or refines it. Together, they form a patient system that welcomes small evolution without losing the calm of established rhythm. The slow persistence of practice is rooted in care for objects, care for speech, care for numbers, care for one another. This care is unglamorous but steady. It makes continuity possible. It allows people to wake to familiar tasks and to feel held by the predictable arrangement of the day. That holding is gentle and constant, like the low warmth of a lamp that is tended night after night. The lamp's light is small, but it creates a steady field in which life can quietly proceed. Hands that record, wash, mend, and count become the reliable agents of continuity. Their movements are repeated without fanfare. They are taught with patience and acquired by repeated practice. These hands do not work for spectacle, but for the comfort of steadiness. Their small, repeated gestures keep the system coherent. Their continuity is not only practical, but also quietly philosophical. It is a belief that slow attention sustains life in a way that sudden acts cannot. As years gather, the ledger's pages darken at the edges, and new leaves are added in the back. Names that once appeared frequently may taper off, and others will grow more common. This shifting is recorded without haste. The book simply accepts the new entries and preserves them with the same careful strokes. There is no rush to judge the pattern. The ledger's role is to be a patient mirror to the slow flow of ordinary life, showing what has been and allowing what will be to fit gently into the next available line. Practices persist because people attend to the small details that others might overlook. They notice when a rope frays, when a scent fades, when a voice needs to be steadied. They attend not out of obligation alone, but with a quiet love for the order that allows life to be predictable and safe. This attention is recorded, taught, and passed on in soft ways. It is the hidden labor of continuity, the steady hands that keep the everyday moving with calm precision. Sometimes a new voice brings a fresh approach that is welcomed into the steady pattern. It is integrated gradually with questions and small trials. People listen and adapt. The new idea is not imposed but persuaded by practice. If it serves the rhythm of life, it is kept. If not, it slips away. This openness to minor innovation protects the system from stagnation while maintaining its core steadiness. The persistence of practice is not an act of stubbornness. It is a practiced kindness toward the future. By recording small changes, by mending objects with care, by teaching patiently, people create a living inheritance. That inheritance is not fixed in stone. It is fluid and responsive, always leaning toward the steady continuation of gentle routines. In that slow motion, life finds a comfortable pace, one that allows both memory and minor change to sit together without hurry.